imprescindible y necesaria dentro del nuevo nivel de organización y control que se extiende desde el pedido hasta la producción, la entrega, el soporte, el mantenimiento y el reciclaje final. Ofreceremos unas pinceladas de lo que van a tratar los ponentes en cada intervención y una breve mención a la empresa a la que pertenecen y el cargo que ostentan en ella. En todo caso, si alguien estuviera interesado en adquirir más información acerca de ellos, no tienen más que acudir a la website. Good morning and welcome to the Basque Cybersecurity Day, where throughout the morning we will enjoy the interventions of great experts in the field. Euskadi has quickly become an international benchmark in industrial cybersecurity thanks to the work being carried out by the Cybersecurity Center. As the binder of the Basque corporate cybersecurity and as a reference in Europe. In fact, more than 20 cybersecurity companies from advanced countries in each area, such as Germany, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Wales, and the Netherlands, are present in the Expo section. This event also serves as a meeting point for the members of FIRST, the Global Forum for Cybersecurity Incident Response Teams. We will offer a few touches of what the speakers are going to deal with in each intervention and a brief mention of the company to which they belong and the position they hold in it. In any case, if someone were interested in acquiring more information about them, they only have to go to the website. But before starting the presentations this morning, we would like to invite Javier Dieguez, Director of the Basque Cybersecurity Center, on stage.
Egun on guztioi, eskerrik asko etortzeagatik. Hau da gure bigarren edizioa, dakizuenez, eta ospatzeko eguna zalantzarik gabe. Buenos días a todos, gracias por venir y sobre todo gracias a los que han venido de más lejos. Thank you everybody for being here in such an early morning and thank especially to those ones who have come from far away. Hoy es sin duda un día de celebración y en estos días en los que parece que todas las interacciones humanas tienen lugar en las redes sociales, es de agradecer que dediquéis vuestro tiempo a estar presentes aquí físicamente y acompañarnos en este día. El año pasado, si recordáis, esta conferencia tuvo lugar de manera independiente a la conferencia de industria, pero después de pensarlo despacio, y después de ver el interés que suscitó en la sociedad, tanto en empresas como en centros educativos, medios de comunicación, gobierno, etcétera, pensamos que no era posible separar ciberseguridad de Industria 4.0. Industria 4.0 va mucho de automatización, va mucho de digitalización y de oportunidades de negocio alrededor de ello. Y por lo tanto, tiene que ir de la mano de la ciberseguridad, porque esas oportunidades de negocio hay que protegerlas y hay que hacer que sean sostenibles. Tenemos un ecosistema del que yo creo que podemos sentirnos orgullosos, con una configuración singular, con una característica que nos diferencia de muchos otros ecosistemas, principalmente en el sur de Europa, que es que tenemos un mercado local muy dinámico en el ámbito de la industria y con mucha vocación de innovación. Este año, además, hemos crecido en contenidos. El año pasado únicamente había una conferencia plenaria que hablaba de ciberseguridad y, sin embargo, este año hemos añadido, por un lado, el taller de equipos de respuesta de FIRST, como mencionaba Leitz en su intervención, y hemos añadido también un taller de gestión de ciberseguridad industrial. Del mismo modo, hemos añadido una parte de exposición, además de mantener esta conferencia. Ayer ya iniciamos los contenidos en lo que fue, yo diría, en el ámbito de ciberseguridad, lo que fue un aperitivo, y hoy tenemos ya la traca final con la presencia de grandes expertos internacionales que nos acompañarán representando a 3 continentes y a los ecosistemas más avanzados del mundo. En los contenidos de hoy hablaremos de temas sectoriales, como puede ser la transferencia de tecnologías de ciberseguridad a sectores como la energía o la relación que tiene con otras tecnologías como la robótica e incluso las características de los ciberataques que se están llevando a cabo ante infraestructuras críticas industriales. También de certificación de producto industrial conectado. Y además de todo esto hablaremos de elementos clave que no tienen que ver directamente con la transferencia de tecnología hacia los negocios, pero sí tienen que ver con los pilares básicos en los que se sustenta un ecosistema sostenible en el tiempo. Me refiero al talento, me refiero también a la inversión, me refiero a las relaciones globales y me refiero también a la parte de emprendimiento. La parte de emprendimiento representada en este evento por la plataforma Bind 4.0, que conocéis seguramente muchos de vosotros y que las startups están aquí al lado. El Basque Cyber Security Center acaba de cumplir hace poco 2 años de andadura. Estamos aquí para ayudar a nuestra industria, estamos aquí para hacer crecer la cultura de ciberseguridad en la sociedad vasca y estamos aquí para que nos sintáis cerca de vosotros y para que contéis con nosotros cada vez que tengáis alguna necesidad o alguna inquietud sobre cualquier ámbito de transferencia o aplicación de ciberseguridad o incluso para encontrar potenciales socios estratégicos. I would like to finish my intervention in English because we have some people here that have come from far away and unfortunately they don't speak Spanish yet. There are 2 drivers that are encouraging innovation in digital and that could be in some cases it could be sorry for this. It could be a distractor. One of them is regarding innovation, there's a very key important driver, which is time to market. Time to market, in some times, it could cause mistakes in the strategic to approach the development and the research of a product. Because if you don't do your security by design well, you run the risk to get to the market and be successful in the first step, but after 6 months, after 1 week, you will be removed from the competition because there is an asset that I consider strategic, which is trust. If you don't have this asset for value in your product, you won't be successful in the market. Second is cooperation. We know what our size is. We are a very small region. We cannot produce all the technology we need for our industry to keep competitive. So we will need to find strategic partners that can complement our ecosystem, providing us with technologies that maybe we're not producing, as I was mentioning, but also serving as a potential market to our technologies. Because in those other ecosystems, it's highly likely that they are not being able to produce all the technology they need. So that dialogue needs to be very dynamic if we want to keep our position we have so far. I hope you spend an interesting day today, and after I'm finishing these brief words, I will leave the pass to the real experts coming today. So thank you very much again, and I want to finish remembering the speakers of the first edition that made possible for us to be here again. Thank you very much. Eskerrik asko.
Muchas gracias, Javier. Vamos a comenzar presentando a los primeros ponentes de este Basque Cybersecurity Day con el título de Engineering Out the Cyber Risk to Protect What Matters Most. First, we have the presence of Andrew Bogman, the Senior Grid Strategic of the US Department of Energy, and provides a strategic guidance on topics at the intersection of critical infrastructure, security, and resilience to senior US and international government and industry leaders. He also accompanies us on stage Samuel Linares, Managing Director, Europe and Latin America ICS Security Lead for Energy, Utilities, Chemical and Natural Resources at Accenture. With more than 2 decades of security, system integration, and multinational and multicultural project management experience, he has been the main promoter of the industrial cybersecurity concept in Spanish. It is dawning on critical infrastructure owners and operators that even the best cyber hygiene, the sum total of all we know now do in cybersecurity, cannot be counted on to keep well-researched attackers from touching their most critical processes at the system that support them. This talk will introduce a new approach that draws from engineering first principles to take the highest value targets off the table.
Thank you. So first of all, good morning. Thanks for joining us. I need to say that it's a pleasure, and I feel honored to be kicking off this day for a second year in a row. And first of all, I would like to congratulate all of the organizations, but not only them, but also you and us for having such a great event here in Bilbao. Almost 4,000 people registered. It's something unique, not only in Bilbao, Euskadi, Spain, but also Europe and globally. So I think that we are all lucky to be here. And definitely I'm lucky to be here with a very good friend and colleague, Andy. I think that our colleague also introduced us. So Andy, as mentioning, he is the senior cyber and energy security strategist for Idaho National Laboratory. Mm-hmm. And Andy, as you can imagine, having in your role the word senior, energy, security, and strategist, and working for the US government, definitely we are looking forward to receive a lot of information from your side. So sure. I would like to give you also the opportunity to share your personal and professional background with the audience so we know more about you, not only the role, sure. but basically your history as well.
Sure, all right. Well, gracias, Sam, and buenos dias, everybody. It's my first time here in the Basque Country. Here, thanks to Javier for finding us and bringing us, and some of my colleagues. It's a wonderful experience. And Sam and I know each other long distance, but this is the first time really for us to be face-to-face, eye-to-eye, and it's a great pleasure and a great privilege to be here with you guys today, so thanks very much. Just for a little background and context where some of these comments will be coming from, Sam mentioned the US Department of Energy and a place called Idaho National Lab. In the United States, there are 17 national laboratories. You can think of them as just campuses full of scientists and engineers. All of them, their job is to work on the most difficult, the hardest to solve challenges that threaten either the nation of the United States and potentially global economies and other types of strategic ecosystems. So I've been there for 5 years and have been working with colleagues who have expertise in nuclear power, engineering, plant design, control systems. Probably one of the few places, one of the places in the world that are most expert in industrial control systems theory and also cybersecurity. They've been working on these problems for a long time. I've only been there 5 years. Some of it is beginning to rub off on me. My background really quickly is Air Force, doing computer stuff, multiple startups that touched cybersecurity. IBM bought one of them, so was a global energy guy for a while, trying to introduce cybersecurity carefully in small amounts to large energy projects, which I believe we're still doing today, trying to make sure that a cybersecurity person, the phrase is, has a seat at the table. They won't make all the decisions, but when an issue comes up that's important for cybersecurity, could be better one way or another way, it's good to have that person at the table early, not late, and not never. I'll stop there.
That's okay. So it's great to know that you're working for Idaho National Laboratory. It's probably not all the people knows that Idaho and Euskadi and the Basque Country has some common roots. There were a lot of people coming from Euskadi to Idaho, and there is a good history over there. But I was lucky also to be in Idaho Falls, a small village in the middle of nowhere, honestly.
Yeah.
So I think it would be good for the audience and for us definitely to know more about what's the INL, the Idaho National Laboratory,
sure.
and what's the role that is playing in protecting the U.S. Critical infrastructure.
Sure, okay, good point. And what Sam was referring to in terms of Basque Country in Idaho is, I think it's every year, but also every few years it's even bigger, there's a festival in the capital of Idaho called Boise. Some say Boise. And there's lots of restaurants there, and I intend to go myself next time it comes around. You also mentioned that Idaho Falls, which is the town of about 50,000 people that supports the Idaho National Lab, the lab itself is gigantic. You can translate to kilometers, but it's about 900 square miles. The reason why it's so big and why there are so few people there is because imagine yourself if your job is to try to develop a new style of nuclear power reactor and you're not sure how it's going to work. It's probably better if there are fewer people, maybe some more rabbits, some sagebrush, but it's a place where if something did go wrong, the impact wouldn't be as bad as if you put it in, say, Madrid here or New York City. The job of the lab is, relevant to this conversation, is to help senior leaders, that's people in Washington, D.C. and in other capitals of states that are allied with the United States, countries that are allied with the United States, help to begin to understand the importance of cybersecurity, not just what they've heard from IT perspective, you know, make sure your phone is secure, make sure you're not doing silly things online. But it's a whole different conversation when you're not talking just IT, but you're talking about OT, operational technology. Also, synonyms for this are industrial control systems, cyber physical systems. They are similar to IT in that they have computers, which means they have memory, they have application code running, and increasingly everything is connected to everything else. But there are some very big differences too, and for those of you that are more familiar with IT, during the course of our conversation today, we'll try to say what those differences are. Probably the shortest one to say is that when things go wrong in IT from a cybersecurity point of view, it can be loss of personal information, privacy information, loss of IP, intellectual property. These things are all important, and also you could have downtime. We're going to touch ransomware too, which could affect productivity. But in OT, when bad things happen, the potential is for loss of human life, large blackouts, as we know from Ukraine, which were just little tiny demonstrations, and things that are much, much worse that ripple through a society and potentially affect national security, economic security, etc.
So we're talking here about huge impacts, not only to your business or to our business, but to the critical infrastructure, definitely, and even to the essential services, the society, and the national security.
Sure.
Right? So I think that, fortunately, you and me have a similar position when we talk about critical infrastructure protection, because I think that we both think that the way that we protect critical infrastructures should be way different, or at least should not be the same one that we protect an average infrastructure. Indeed, sometimes we state some, let's say, sentences that are a little bit controversial.
Sure.
So I usually state that probability is irrelevant when we talk about critical infrastructure protection. It's irrelevant because it basically is one. We will talk about that.
Give me and the audience like the simple version of risk. What's the formula?
Yeah,
that includes probability.
The traditional formula of risk is basically, you know, threat times vulnerability times likelihood probability times impact. What I'm trying to state is that please take the likelihood probability out of the equation, because especially when we talk about critical infrastructures, it's one. So you don't need that, right? Some other, let's say, controversial statements that I usually mention is that compliance usually stands for compliant lie. So compliance stands for compliant lie. And it's like a universal truth, because in Spanish it's exactly the same. Cumplimiento stands for cumplimiento. So what I'm trying to say is that the way to address the protection of these infrastructures, you can use compliance as a driver, but not as the end of the start. And also bringing some of your nice statement, you always say that if you are a critical infrastructure service provider, you will be targeted. And definitely, if you are targeted, you will be compromised. What it looks like not very optimistic sentence for this morning, but definitely I would like you to share more about that position with us. And what do you think should be the right approach to this specific challenge of critical infrastructure.
All right, I'll do what I can on
Please,
that topic, right? So yeah, as Sam was saying, whether you're doing a compliance regime because you're in a sector that the government is telling you you have to follow certain standards, certain frameworks, etc. If you're a business, especially an asset-owning business, the large industrial companies we're talking about serving and protecting today, you know, you're thinking about, you only have a certain amount of money for any particular function, including cybersecurity. And even if your budget has gone up recently, it still is a finite resource, how you're going to spend it. Many companies try to use these complex formulas to figure out where to spend different parts of money on the large enterprise. So if this is, and including they will factor in likelihood, using algorithms and hoping that they're getting the risk about right. One way I do it is using a visual to describe this. If this is your whole enterprise, this includes all endpoints, all networks, all computers, all the different processes that are going on in a large industrial enterprise. You need to protect these things to the best of your ability with what we'll call cyber hygiene. Some people have a problem using this term. That's fine. Cybersecurity people argue over definitions all the time. But let's just say you're doing your very best to apply the right tools and technologies, the right people, training your people, etc., the right governance structures to protect everything. You need to do that to the best of your ability all the time. However, if you are critical infrastructure, now I'm going to repeat Samuel's statement, it is a proven fact, we can talk about it more if this is upsetting to you, it is a proven fact that you will be a target of certain adversaries. And also, even if you're doing the very best job on hygiene, which you need to do across the whole enterprise, it is a fact that certain adversaries will target things inside your enterprise that are most important to you. They won't go after everything, but they will target things that could potentially kill your company. Or if you're a military unit, kill your ability to perform your mission. So the way I say it is, and this is the introduction to the methodology that this presentation intends to discuss a little bit at least, which is called consequence-driven, cyber-informed engineering. I say it slowly, it's hard for even English speakers to deal with this acronym, so we just reduce it down to CCE. But the pieces matter, and particularly the first word called consequence. That's where Sam was getting at the point of, for things that really matter, and I think it's even the title of this talk, for things that matter most, or things that must not fail, you can't just keep applying more firewalls and more security incident and event management systems and more intrusion detection and more policy. There's some things inside large asset-owning enterprises that simply cannot be allowed to fail, and for which hoping that no one attacks them or no one gets them is not really a good strategy. Some of you in businesses who ever touched sales before, you'll hear your VP of sales say, hope is not a strategy. You have to be able to prove what you're doing and demonstrate the effectiveness of what you're doing. In this case, that means there are some coming out of Idaho National Lab and a couple other places. We were going to also mention Sarah Flukes from Deutschland. There are a couple places where people are saying we can't just trust these digital technologies for cybersecurity. They themselves are made out of software. These technologies themselves are extremely complex and hard to understand. And since they're interconnected to everything, even if you have good segmentation and other defendable architectures, since they're interconnected, they too are something that a talented and well-resourced adversary can reach and start to turn to their advantage against you. We're starting to see that some first principles engineering approaches can help mitigate the worst possible consequences for things inside of large industrial enterprises that you simply can't tolerate a digital bad actor reaching and creating a catastrophic effect. I'll stop there for the moment.
No, I think it's quite a simple concept. I don't know if it's easy to do, but definitely I agree with you. How this, all of this start? And what are the origins of DCC? And I would like to also give you the floor to give some shout out to our colleague Michael Sant.
Sure, all right, well then these are the same thing. Sam asked, how did CCE, I'm going to say it one more time, sometimes repetition helps, then I won't say it again, I don't think. CCE stands for consequence-driven, cyber-informed engineering, the three parts. Our colleague who recently passed away at too young of an age, Michael Asante, he worked in government in the United States. He was the youngest chief security officer for a large American electric utility, power utility. And he spent a few years at Idaho National Lab before I got there, but we were friends already then. I asked Mike to describe the origins of CCE. So he, along with another couple of people, are considered to be the father or the parents of this methodology. And he said for him, it largely started right after 9/11. 9/11, if you recall, was an attack on the United States using an approach that nobody really thought of before. Or if they did, they didn't take it seriously. Using large commercial jets to fly into skyscrapers in a city. It looked like a hijacking, but it wasn't just a hijacking in the traditional sense. So after that happened, now we're talking about going into 2002, 2003, the US government commissioned teams to try to figure out other ways that substantial damage could be done, substantial harm could be caused to the United States, especially by targeting infrastructure. And depending on how old you are, you can imagine the state of business technology, IT at the time, 2003, 2004, et cetera. And so Mike was part of teams. They had red team and blue team, red team attackers and blue team defenders targeting critical infrastructure, and they found, the red team anyway, found it's really not that hard. We can potentially cause really catastrophic effects by doing this. A few years later, when Mike was at the Idaho National Lab, INL, again, for short, he was a very important part, he wasn't the only person, but in a demonstration called Aurora. And Aurora was the first time where, using digital means, causing over distance, they were able to make a large diesel generator self-destruct by repeatedly sending it in and out of phase. Up until that point, people like Sam, myself, and others were saying, you know, this is possible. It's possible that the cyber attacks that are happening in IT could cross over into OT and cause some really serious problems for companies and countries. But you can imagine executives going, yeah, but we have limited amounts of money. I haven't seen it yet, so it sounds a little bit academic and theoretical. When Idaho National Lab and Mike Asante did the Aurora demonstration, and when it got videoed, and then when it got put on YouTube, it was pretty easy to show senior people, and engineers and cyber people too, by touching a keyboard in a certain pattern, you can cause a large machine to destroy itself. And that's a different type of education for people. Now it's concrete. And out of those experiences and more, Mike and a small team started to put together the pieces of CCE, which now has been used at multiple asset-owning utilities in the United States. There's some military applications. We're starting to get to the point now where it's being documented better. Soon there'll be a website. Soon, if I keep writing, there'll be a book. So people can learn a lot more about it and put it into practical use. And last thing, Sam, because if we don't say this at the end, is that we will be trying to scale the methodology so that it's not just this one isolated, somewhat isolated national lab in a remote part of the United States, but that other people can be trained and certified and bring this capability to a much wider audience in the world.
We will ensure, at least to the best of our capabilities, to disseminate the work and definitely scale the initiative. And you know that, well, that's great, and I'm a deep supporter of CCE from the very beginning. However, the reality that we are seeing in our plans is not, let's say, there yet. So usually we relied on hope and hygiene. Hopefully nothing will happen. Hopefully this will work. Hopefully nobody will see this. And hygiene is basically doing the basic things. Even in my role in Accenture, managing global deployments, OT security deployments with hundreds of plants, even the biggest players in the world, they are going through the basics.
Sure.
So first, asset inventory, backups, network segregation, some visibility into the plants. So we are proposing here like quite a disruptive approach, and at least based on the experience that we had. that I don't know how we can link this with the reality that we are having in our plan. So what's your point? How do you think we can link this let's say, what we think and what we have?
Let's describe first, for people that aren't super familiar, the pain in an industrial plant, or let's say you're a large industrial company and you have dozens of them in Basque region and around the world, right? Think about all those assets. If you look at I think you said the normal processes or the best practices for ICS security, the SANS Training Institute and a couple other organizations typically once a year will refresh their list of these are the best practices, things that everybody should be doing to have good cyber hygiene. Number one, it's a list of 20. Number one is always asset inventory. Know what you have. How can you secure what you don't even know you have? And this is the hardware. And if you go to the second one, it's all the software that's on that hardware. Software, operating systems, patch levels, version numbers, device drivers, an infinite level of detail. If you don't know these things, however, and by the way, no offense to anybody that is in one of these companies, you probably know already, these companies don't know what they have. Typically, there's big question marks over what they've purchased and deployed over the years. Sometimes, in order to try to find out what they have, they'll call their suppliers or their integrators and say, do you know what we bought? That's one way to figure out what you have. The reason why you want to know what you have is because the people that are looking at you from the outside, doing open source intelligence by everything that's online, using Google and Shodan and other tools, just reading the press too, and going to conferences. They know a lot about you before they even have begun to touch you. If you're going to have any chance to defend against them, you at least have to know your infrastructure as well as they do. Ideally, you know it much better. Back to the critique of hygiene, though. So there's 20 or so things that are all very important. And all of them depend, the other 18 depend on you doing a good job on number one, know what you have and keep it refreshed all the time. Number two, what is all the software, firmware, et cetera, and the processes which you keep your systems running. Can you imagine? And then everything else after that. And if you're the chief security officer with a limited staff and a limited budget, you have to do the best you can on all of these things. It's, in a sense, it is a mission impossible or an impossible mission. Because we know that, because if you really look at the problem, it's sort of an emperor's new clothes problem, and say, are these guys really protecting the things that they have to, that they depend on to run on with a high degree of confidence? The answer is no. They're doing hope. I hope it's not happening during my time, and hygiene, which is running as fast as they can to keep all of these things relatively secure. Again, but they're not protecting, probably to their own satisfaction, the things that they really, really depend on. And in a world full of automation, and more automation and dependency on that automation every day, there's some things you simply can't live without.
Yeah, I think I like think tanks, but I prefer do tanks, and definitely even having collective hope is not easy, because we are having a very complex ecosystem in our organization. We're looking at IT and OT, physical security, safety, the guy from cyber, the operators, the engineers.
I'll do that. I didn't respond directly to your question, too many words, I'm sorry, on what could you do, what is more practical in a plant. So if you'll allow me, I'll do the 4 pieces really quickly of the methodology.
Please.
And then pick what I think are the 2 that are most easily applicable. So far, companies have taken these, companies in the United States and overseas have taken little white papers about CCE and learned the basics. And without waiting for Idaho to come to them, or Accenture trained and certified people coming to bring it to them, they're like, we can do this. It's pretty straightforward. Here, we'll go ahead and do it. So the 4 pieces of it are as follows. The first thing is identifying what matters most. We call this consequence prioritization. So again, using my hand gesture, out of the whole universe of processes and systems and people, including subcontractors and suppliers, that you use to operate your business, what are the things that if those processes or functions were taken out for more than a day or 2, you'd be dead? Because that's what the adversary is targeting. not necessarily everything, the things that matter most to you. So probably if you asked yourselves and asked your CEO, looked at the senior staff, how would you kill our company? What would you target? That begins to lead you to the right places in the company where you can have this conversation. Most of the time people don't think about it. They're thinking about how can we grow our company or how can we sustain our company, not how would we kill us. But somebody is thinking about how to kill your company. You need to do the same thing. The second step is called, and these are the two I'm going to skip through quickly. Second step is called system of systems analysis, and that just means looking, once you've identified the handful of processes that must not fail, not this, but this, all the supporting infrastructure, hardware, software, people stuff that supports those critical functions. The third thing is called consequence targeting, and that's when you put on your bad guy hat or your red team attacker hat and say, okay, so now I know the playing field, I know the landscape that I can operate through to reach those functions that I'm trying to target, that I'm killing. What are the kill chains? What's the recipe or the choreography using cyber means to be able to reach and then create the effect, the bad consequence that I'm trying to create? The last step is called mitigations and protections, and that means once you know those things, what are the engineering, typically engineering types of things you can do to, as we say, take the targets off the table, so that if an adversary were to get all the way down through your systems and develop a payload and have the right people on their teams, the engineers, the safety systems experts, the process experts, the cyber person, the IT and OT people, if they were able to assemble all that, then when they finally push the button for the attack to kill your critical processes, just wouldn't happen. Because behind the scenes, you've implemented some out-of-band or other type of protection that will keep that machine from killing itself. It might turn itself off, it might go into a safe state, which will cause problems for production, but it will not destroy a large piece of industrial equipment or hundreds of large pieces of important industrial equipment that if you were to lose them all at one time and have to replace them, it would take months.
So the what is clear, the how and who, it's challenging probably. So what is the role of, do you think the engineers need to play in this new approach, and especially in protecting the critical infrastructure?
I'm glad you bring it back to engineers. I think that is our main focus, because we're so used to thinking, oh, we'll just throw some more cybersecurity at the problem and it should be okay. In this case, I'm using the simplest definition for me of an engineer is someone who solves problems. And this fact that we are not really fully protecting to our own high degree of confidence things that matter most is, in the end, an engineering problem. It's not more technology in that sense. It's using approaches that have worked for us in the past when we built bridges, when we figure out ways to keep airplanes in the sky, all types of complex processes using physics-based approaches. So the engineers, once you've done the first phase of where are the most likely systems, what are the things we depend on most, can begin to imagine how they would make it so that even if that system was told to self-destruct, and you can think about the Triconics attack in Saudi Arabia that made it through the safety system almost as well. What can we do to make sure that this machine or these machines ultimately are protected? Sometimes using analog approaches, sometimes using backups. We would say a non-identical backup, a replica machine that we keep offline, and it is also different than the one that they figured out how to destroy. You bring that online, so it gives you time to stay alive. So some combination, I think, of the first phase, identifying what really you have to protect, and then using as much as you can, and we can talk more about this some other time or later, what are those engineering approaches that the lab and others have used to protect large industrial equipment in the water sector, in the electric sector, in the oil and natural gas sector, and some military applications too.
Cool. So we're almost getting to the end of the session, but I would like to at least briefly address a couple of things. One of them is let's try to get the message and the ideas and our views close to not only critical infrastructures, but now industries, because we are seeing a trend on ransomware, as an example, in industrial companies. The example from Norsk Hydro is very well known, with a multi-million dollars impact. Some other recently here, even in Spain. So how can we use, or how the industrial, an average company, could potentially use this new approach of CCE in the way that we protect not the critical infrastructures only, but an average industrial company?
It's fine. Thanks, Fred. That's right. Ransomware is now affecting everyone, and the only thing we can say for sure is that next year it will affect more people. It is a growing business, and so far we have not figured out a way to even begin to slow it down. When CCE was first developed with Mike Asante and team, they were thinking about nation-state level attacks, very well-resourced adversaries going after things that really matter to a country and to big companies. And asking you, could you live without this automation technology? Ukraine provides some examples we don't have time for. But it's funny how ransomware is coming around, mainly touching IT so far, asterisk with some exceptions, that it is starting to go in and cross the barrier into OT in some cases. And it's forcing companies, not necessarily just industrial, right, but universities, towns, and a number, with Norsk Hydro, we get into a large manufacturer. They're trying to see, oh my God, we needed our IT systems and our orders, right, to know what to build. So that was a critical dependency that they hadn't really thought of. And they had to scramble to figure out how to make it happen, and they documented very well how they did scramble. But you can imagine for your own company in terms of response and preparation for ransomware, imagine how you could still do your job, your core job, if you lost certain critical data on the IT side for a long time, and then what if it was able to spill into operational systems, and you started to lose confidence and trust in those systems? What would you do? The only thing you can do is practice and take it seriously. Some more people are, but even I think you'll see next year there's going to be more and more people moving in this direction.
You just mentioned trust on your systems, and I want to close this session talking about trust. Because at least for me, I see that it's all about people and trust. The technology is the easiest thing, always. So I would like to give you the opportunity to close this session, giving us, all of us, some advice on how to build trust between us in the Basque Country, in Spain, and more broadly in Europe and globally.
Sure. Yeah, great final topic. Again, talking about building trust for environments where trust can be lost in all the automated processes that we've built in, right? So maybe this conference and the Basque Country is as a microcosm. When we talk about an individual, say, Basque industrial company, the idea that people in stovepipe functions, the engineers, the operators, the senior leaders, people in procurement, all these, I could do 10 probably different categories, who normally don't talk to each other, they need to start to get together more regularly, have some vermouth together, and become a first name basis, because this issue involves their expertise being combined. When we start to go out into the world outside of Basque Country, first of all, the Basque government agencies, cyber agencies, all need to be in better communication. Throughout Spain, that's the case. And then clearly, as we go into Europe and other allied countries, participating in different forums where you can learn what's working for different places. I think it's Alan Powler, the founder of SANS Institute. He has a nice way of cutting through all the theory and all the marketing by saying he wants to know what works. So I like your different ideas, and I like to hear what comes out of the different product and security companies, but at the end of the day, working with other countries across different sectors, what works for them and what are they willing to share? And the willing to share part is the trust part. You have to have the relationship before that information can flow freely.
Well, definitely you got it. I trust you 100%, so I just only want to say big thank you. Thanks for coming from Wisconsin to this lovely region, and please give him a round of applause.
Back to you too, Sam. Gracias. And Javier.
Thank you so much. The following talk is about the cybersecurity and the implications of private investment in critical infrastructure. And to talk about this topic, we have Amanda Wallace with us today, Managing Director of JP Morgan. She will speak about emerging and future risks, providing some real-life examples of what she has experienced within JP Morgan's portfolio companies which operate critical infrastructures. Amanda will explain how consideration fits into the idea of good governance, what boards, management teams and companies can do to address this and be ahead of the game, the role of emerging cyber insurance business, or how funds might be allocated to help mitigate or transfer some of these risks.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's going to get more exciting if you say good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. This is an amazing event. It's great that it's happening. We're thrilled to participate. Just a few minutes on me. I am a managing director at JP Morgan, but I don't deal with JP Morgan's IT or any other aspects of JP Morgan. What myself and the Infrastructure Investments Group do is we take generally pension fund money and life insurance money and invest it into operating companies that operate critical infrastructure throughout the world. So these are basically service companies that do water, electricity, renewables, natural gas-fired generation, transportation, that type of thing. I am not an IT expert. I spend most of my time, however, on risk management and governance. And as a result, I have a fair amount of thinking around cybersecurity, especially as it affects these critical infrastructure companies. Because as you heard from the last talk, critical infrastructure companies are where cyber risk meets physical risk, where health and safety of communities is actually at risk from cyber attacks. So hopefully, there'll be 3 key takeaways from this presentation. 1, physical security is at risk through cyber hacks for these particular companies, these critical infrastructure companies. Information sharing is our best defense in that relation, understanding what's going on with the attackers. And by the way, can we just call them what they are? Criminals. They're not adversaries. They're not the red team, they're criminals, and we need to start calling them criminals because we will have a much better culture of being able to fight them, of being the heroes in the capes and the masks who actually fight the criminals, which is what we're doing, and we can stop potentially victim shaming those who do get hit because they've been hit by a criminal attack. We don't need to victim shame, we need to share information. And then the 3rd key takeaway is around all the opportunity for innovators. So everyone in this room who's thinking about cybersecurity, think about it for critical infrastructure. Historically, critical infrastructure has been maybe the Luddites of the industry world, but that's rapidly changing. Technology is coming to infrastructure, it has to, but with that becomes much more risk as we think about smart homes and smart meters and all the interconnections, home, solar, interconnecting into the grid, all sorts of places of potential risk that infrastructure companies are now having to experience. The opportunity for innovators to work with municipalities and governments through grants and then commercialize that for the private owners of infrastructure. I think the opportunity is incredibly vast, and I encourage those of you in the industry to start thinking about how you can hook up with governments and start considering how to protect ourselves from these criminal attacks through technology, both OT and IT. So really quickly on critical infrastructure, these are companies that provide services that are so vital to society that if they were attacked, it would be debilitating to society. The power would go off, the water would not be safe, the airlines wouldn't be able to run, the ports couldn't bring in service, couldn't bring in products, that type of thing. And so the protection that's necessary for critical infrastructure can be much more intense than the protection for an industrial company, for example, whose only harm would be to that company, and you might be able to ensure that harm. With critical infrastructure, you're talking about harm to health and safety and society, potentially. So when we talk about private ownership of infrastructure, you may not realize how much private ownership there is. 80% of the US's energy infrastructure is held privately. It's a tremendously amazing statistic. Those folks who own that energy infrastructure, including the folks that I represent, are held to a higher standard than municipalities around making sure that that all their security is intact. But can you imagine? There was recently a cyber hit on a water system that was held by a municipality, and the response was literally, and this was customer data. It wasn't physical safety, but it was customer data. The response was literally, stuff happens. That was the response of the municipality. Can you imagine if a private entity had owned that water municipality? Stuff happens was never going to be an acceptable response to that. And so we are held to a higher standard. We have what we call a social license to operate these companies. And that social license brings with it an expectation that we will do everything in our power to protect customer data and the health and safety of our communities and customers. Which is great. We'd love to do that, and we're trying to do that. But as they all mentioned, time and money are constrained. And time and money are even potentially more constrained with private owners because it's either going to come from pension funds and life insurance companies, that money to spend on cybersecurity. So we represent 40 million families' retirement savings. We have to be very respectful of how we spend that. We can't gold plate things. We have to do what is necessary, but not more than what is necessary. And if it doesn't come, if the funds don't come from our investors, then they come from the customers. And the customers need safe and reliable, but also affordable services. And so again, we can't gold plate everything. We have to think about where the risks are and do the best that we can to protect against those risks. Not hopefully, but do the best we can to protect against those risks. And I would suggest the best that we can do around those risks involves a lot of people. This is not an IT issue. Cybersecurity in general is not an IT issue, but it's certainly not an IT issue for critical infrastructure. It requires leadership, the CEO. It requires understanding the financial impact and the financial benefits, the CFO. It requires understanding the regulatory landscape and the potential litigation risks, the general counsel. It requires understanding the impact to employees and what they need. I will clarify that infrastructure is not a hard assets business. Infrastructure is a people business with hard assets. And people are our biggest risk and our biggest line of defense. So it requires HR to be involved to understand what is the training, how are we understanding how our people are interacting from a cybersecurity perspective and understanding the risks that are present in the infrastructure from a cybersecurity perspective. So we need a number of people, and ultimately, it requires the board of directors because it is a risk management issue. So one of the few risk management issues where there's not really an upside opportunity, it's kind of all risk. But it requires the board of directors of any given company to be educated enough to understand what the crown jewels are. There's a little bit of discussion with a much better term, but I'll just call it the crown jewels of our companies. Where is it that the vulnerabilities lie? And the board of directors needs to be able to interact with the chief security officer, with the CEO, the CFO, the general counsel, enough to understand what are our budgets, what are our risks, and what are we doing to protect everything that's important to us. So examples of different types of risks within the critical infrastructure world. When you think about a utility, obviously turning off the power is a giant physical risk. And that can happen directly or indirectly. There can be, like the Ukraine, a shutdown of the grid, or there can be an indirect ransomware where you can no longer control the grid. So what are we doing with that? We'll get to that in just a moment. Water and wastewater. The risk to water and wastewater are around the chemicals, the release of not treated water. The health and safety risks to the water utility industry are substantial from a cybersecurity perspective. But the water industry is so fragmented. There are 70,000 water utilities in the US alone. Small ones, large ones, privately owned ones, publicly owned ones. Getting the information throughout that water industry is incredibly difficult, but the risks are so severe for health and safety that we need to be doing a better job with our water. So airports, most private owners of airports, they just have the terminal. They don't control, for example, the tower. They don't necessarily control the security. They don't control the runways. But they might be access points to those control systems, right? So if you can take over my cameras in my terminal, you might be able to get intelligence that will allow you to take over any kind of control system within the airport. So given that things are interlinked, cybersecurity at an airport, even if you just have the passenger terminal, is incredibly important given the risk to health and safety. When we think about renewables, we actually struggle a little bit. What's the cyber risk from a renewables perspective? Yeah, I own a solar farm in the middle of nowhere. What's really the cyber risk? And there isn't much. Maybe someone can turn down the power, they can tilt the panels in the wrong direction. The biggest single risk from a renewable perspective is where it connects to the grid. Where that energy is feeding into the grid, is there an access to the grid itself that you are providing to some hacker? Are you, in fact, the supply chain risk right there? Because we all talk about supply chain management, the risk that people who provide services to you then open up for you. But we are the supply chain in a number of cases from a renewables perspective. And then finally, when you think about, for example, natural gas distribution, this is natural gas going to people's home for cooking and heating. If you're able to stop the natural gas flow, can you actually freeze people in the middle of winter? If you're able to not have the appropriate venting from a natural gas distribution perspective, are you able to cause explosions? So as you can see, the physical risks from a cyber attack are incredibly dire from a critical infrastructure standpoint. So as we think about, okay, I'm a company, I have limited time, I have a limited budget, I have a chief information security officer who's amazing, but they have to work within a system that they have. What do? And the things that we need to do, and this is governance comes into this, the things that we need to do are identify the crown jewels, understand where those important things, not this, but this, as Andy mentioned, those important things are, and then dedicate the time and budget to protect those to the best of our ability. Step 1, triage single points of failure. Any single point of failure in a critical infrastructure company has to be remedied immediately, has to have redundancy. We have to have a way to not have single points of failure on the system. Then we have to assess our access points. How many people can get to what segments? Can we actually desegregate or desegment certain areas where that's that critical crown jewel? Can we reduce access to that? Limited access, how do we do that? Where is our risk around the folks in trucks driving around having to deal with your meter in your house? They all have these little devices. How are those connected to the main grid? How do those get in? If they leave them in their truck for their lunch break, what's the potential damage to the company? And then, as I mentioned, smart homes, smart grids, smart homes, all the technology coming in. If you have solar on your house, you are hooked into the grid. Does that mean someone can hack into your smart things at home and get access to our grid? And if not, how do we prevent that? And how do we make sure that that's not happening? When we think about community solar, same thing. The more localized energy is connected to the grid, the more access points there are to the grid from a cybersecurity perspective. And then we have to think about an incident response, because the criminals are there, the criminals are interested in hacking, the criminals may be successful. And so how do we think about what we do if there is an event? And that requires a lot of voices in the room. It requires a lot of thinking of various different parts of the organization. It cannot just be the chief security officer's responsibility. We have to have the board, the CEO, the CFO, the OT, the operations folks. We have to figure out how to have better conversations and educate folks enough so they understand the risks that are being presented and they can be in the room thinking about how we respond. Obviously, the first level of response, get the lights back on, get the water back on. We have to deal with physical security first. After that, we can then figure out our communications plan, how we let people know when the water's safe, how we let people know when the power's going to come back on without emailing them if there's no power, which is a live example that I can run through. Just didn't necessarily think of throwing this all the way through, but we've had, incident response plans where folks, the response was, okay, we're going to email everyone in the company that we need to respond to this, so that we can come together and have this conversation. But the email was hacked, and once the email is hacked, you can't communicate that way. So you have to have a plan that works under various scenarios of attack. And so one of the main tenets of our cybersecurity process is design, test, revise, retest. Make sure it works under all kinds of scenarios. Make sure you can get your systems back up to date, up to speed, or at least segregate them off the grid as quickly as possible under any kind of stress scenario. And then again, sharing information, as we sort of touched on, is the key way to do this, to understand what everyone's pressure points are within the company, but also to understand what types of criminal attacks people are seeing in the industry, to do a better job of making sure that we understand where the threats are coming from so that we can stop hoping and start fixing. And then, of course, getting the innovators to provide us with those products that will be the most beneficial for preventing these attacks, or at least preventing successful attacks. So we talked a little bit about educating the board of directors. We've recently gone to all of our 19 companies and done a third-party cybersecurity training at the board level. Not to make our board members particular experts in cybersecurity, but to make them confident enough to ask questions. Boards can often be of a certain age and demographic that don't feel that comfortable with IT, and they feel like they can't question the chief security officer. We need to take that out of the equation. People need to be comfortable understanding that this is a risk that the board of directors and the senior management is responsible for and is accountable for and must be educated enough to understand. So back to employees and our sort of first line of defense, biggest risk. How do we change the culture of our discussions with our employees so that we don't feel like it's a compliance task? How many people have to do cybersecurity training at their jobs? Get a little web-based thing, you have to do it. How many people are super excited to do their web-based compliance training? Yeah, me either. How do we change that? How do we say, listen, you guys are the superheroes in capes, you're preventing crime and keeping the lights on, keeping the water clean. This is not a compliance task. Every single one of you is the defense to a criminal trying to harm your customers, trying to harm your communities, your parents, your kids. These people want to hurt them. You are the first line of defense. You are wearing a cape and a superhero mask, and you are going to make sure you don't click on spear phishing, because that's what heroes do. How do we change our conversation with our employees, with all of us, to say, this is not compliance, this is crime fighting, you're amazing, go out there every day and do it. I think the more we can change that vernacular, the more we have the first line of defense being successful at preventing cybercrime. So really quickly, a couple case studies, just because everyone loves them. We thankfully haven't had any physical security penetrations, but we certainly have had our fair share of data protection issues and ransomware. And ransomware, by the way, just so we're clear, it can take down your systems, which can take down your physical production. So you can do an indirect. You don't have to have that cyber technology to go in and shut down the grid yourself. You do ransomware and prevent me from being able to run the grid. You've done your job as a criminal without actually ever figuring out how to shut down the system yourself. But some of the things we've seen one of our companies have an app put up in Google and the App Store that was not theirs. So it was a fraudulent app. Looked like it was their app. Allowed customers to come in and say, put all of their data in so that they could then pay their bill online. So the app itself cost money to download, and then they gave them all their personal information, including their account numbers at the water company. So not only did our customers get scammed for the money for the download, but these hackers ended up with a lot of vital information about the customers, credit card information, for example, and potential information about the company, because with these account numbers, they might have been able to infiltrate the company. So sometimes the threats aren't even from inside. You have to be monitoring the app sphere. You have to be monitoring the web. We certainly have situations where there have been duplicate websites in an attempt to get people to provide information, make it look like it's actually the company, and people input their information. So we've seen that as well. So it's not even just risks inside the company. There are risks outside the company that need to be monitored. We've seen payment cybersecurity scams absolutely skyrocket. These are very sophisticated. They know exactly when the payment is due. So for example, if I owe you, $115 million, and I'm supposed to wire it on Thursday, we're seeing emails go to the vendor who's supposed to pay that look exactly like they're coming from us, that maybe 2 letters interspersed. They know the exact amount, they know the date, they know the invoice number. They're clearly either on our system or the supplier's system, just waiting and reading emails. And then they change the account numbers, and the payment goes to the wrong place. Somewhat easy to fix. You need double authentication. Never change an account number without making a phone call that confirms the change. But they're getting much, much more sophisticated. They're changing the phone numbers months in advance so that when you do call for a confirmation, it actually goes to them. not to the company. So we're seeing a very big tick up in very sophisticated payment scams that we need, by the way, innovators to help us figure out. The quick fix is to have a very clear email mark that says, outside email. Every time you see that, you're not getting something from inside the company. But if this is between vendor and company, that doesn't necessarily help. I realize I'm very short on time, and I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questioning. So I'll just wrap up really quickly with, again, the 3 takeaways. We need to share information. We need to share it across industries, within industries. We need to stop the victim shaming so people feel confident to come out and discuss what kinds of attacks they're seeing so we can better prepare our critical infrastructure for those attacks. We need innovators like yourselves to come up with products, to work with governments, to then monetize those grants through selling them to the private owners of critical infrastructure. And we absolutely need to realize that the critical infrastructure that is available to societies is at risk physically from cyber, and we need to spend a fair amount of time thinking about that risk. I don't have a lot of time, but if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. Okay, well, there you go. What's my best practice in terms of? So we, throughout our portfolio, any cyber event has to be informed to us within 24 hours, and then it is blasted out to all other 18 portfolio companies. Even if it's not particularly, I wouldn't think relevant, it's always relevant in some way. Our other companies can get information from that to defend themselves. So we have an internal, very strong best practice sharing, and then we also have cyber summits where all of our CISOs get together. But we have a very strong, if you get attacked and it's successful in any way, or even if it's not successful but you detected it, let us know and we will let the rest of our portfolio know. And then our portfolio companies are members of ISIX, InfraGard, and a variety of other types of organizations that share information, but they're not getting as much real-time information because of this victim shaming, because of this fear of getting sued. People are not sharing outside their particular organization quickly enough for us to be able to fight the criminals as well as I'd like to see. Any other questions? Not that I'm massively out of time. Thank you very much. Again, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Amanda. We will continue with the presentation of Global EPIC, Building a Global Network of Cybersecurity Hubs by Godfrey Gaston, Director of the Center of Secure Information Technologies, Katie Stevens, Vice President of Economic Development of the University of Massachusetts, and Ronnie Sihabi, CEO of CyberSpac. A worldwide shortage of sustainable cybersecurity capacities at the local, regional level, such as skilled workforce, essential services, regulation, facilities, infrastructures, organizations, generates a growing crisis on a global level. As cybersecurity hubs brings together academia, industry, government, and innovation to attack as a catalyst for the development and enhancement of cybersecurity competencies. We will let the experts with us give us more details on the subject. So we will invite to the stage, please, our 3 experts. Thank you.
All set? I don't think we... No. 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 All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you so much, Javier and Industry 4.0 for having us today. We've heard a lot this morning about cybersecurity and infrastructure and preventing attacks. I have the distinct honor for the next half hour or so to talk about a slightly different topic, which is about leadership. None of this happens without the leadership of people and the conviction of people to implement these best practices. So as mentioned, my name is Katie Stebbins. Not only do I work for the University of Massachusetts, but I'm honored to be president of the board of Global EPIC, We are a consortium of 27 countries committed to cybersecurity around the world and cybersecurity ecosystem building. So I have with me today two unbelievable leaders in cybersecurity, and we're going to get to have a conversation with them about what it takes to build a global ecosystem in cybersecurity, local ecosystems in cybersecurity, and what does leadership mean to all that. So I have with me Godfrey Gaston, and I have Ronnie Zahavi, two people who I'm honored to call colleagues and friends. And I'm going to walk through a conversation with them so you can learn more about our global ecosystem. So to begin, I'd like for each of you to talk a little bit about yourselves, tell everybody who you are, because I know you're amazing, but I want you to tell them how amazing you are. So Godfrey, do you want to start by telling people what your role is in cybersecurity in general and your job?
Oh, thanks, Katie. And also, just to reiterate, it's great to be here and excited to be at the conference. So, yeah, my role is director of CSIT. So, CSIT is a cybersecurity research centre. We're part of Queen's University Belfast, and the focus in the university is quite different, probably from a typical university. So it's very much taking the research, and research excellence is key, but actually taking that through into commercialization, and then also working with the local ecosystem to try to grow that ecosystem, very much a focus on economic development. And we'll talk a little bit more about that going forward. But I guess what gets me up in the morning and what excites me is not so much going to the university to do great things in the university. It's very much how can we in the wider institute help grow the economy, help with economic development. So I guess that's what I think is exciting, and I think it's also, I guess, as I say, which gets me up in the morning and gets me into work.
Excellent, and some coffee and...
Yeah, now and again.
Now and again. Yeah, and Ronnie, if you could tell us a bit about yourself, CyberSpark, I think it's a great story. A lot of people may know it, but in case they don't, tell us a bit about your journey here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Katie, and thank you very much, Javier, for having us here. I think it's really an amazing event, bringing together industry and cybersecurity, which is in the essence, this is what ecosystem of cybersecurity is all about. So my name is Ronnie. I come from Israel. I come from a city called Beersheba, which has a very unique type of cybersecurity ecosystem, bringing together the government and the industry and entrepreneurism with a lot of startups and big countries and big companies together, like IBM, like Dell EMC and a couple of others, and very strong academia in cybersecurity. Israel has been dealing with cybersecurity for more than 30 years. We have something like 700 cybersecurity companies generating something like $6 billion a year to the Israeli economy. But what happened in Beersheba was a sort of a microcosmos in which a lot of assets related to cybersecurity have assembled together. And about 5 years ago, we realized that we have a very unique combination that we can magnify dramatically in bringing them together in a coherent way, which we call ecosystem. In order to do that, we have built an NGO company that's called CyberSpark, aimed to develop that. Later on, we have collaborated together with colleagues from all over the world. We'll probably talk about that later, generating Global Epic.
So if we could for a minute, I think we talked a lot in these sessions about cybersecurity as something you do to protect an organization, critical infrastructure. We're thinking of the technical side of it. I'm wondering if you guys can describe, there's a nuance of the economic development of cybersecurity. What are some of the elements that go into the economic development side of cybersecurity that our audience might not be as familiar with? They might know it, but they just haven't defined it.
So I think for me, it partly boils down to defining the ecosystem and defining the cybersecurity ecosystem. Those of you from Europe in particular will be probably familiar with the sort of triple helix model of research, industry, and government coming together to form that ecosystem. I think for cyber, I think particularly, that ecosystem is very much around the innovation and the entrepreneurial part of that to help grow that ecosystem and have a focus on economic development. I guess you can apply that to any ecosystem. It doesn't have to be cyber, but I think to your point, for cyber, that innovation is even more critical because of the nature of the business, because it's always changing and fast moving. So I think that's what makes I think the cyber innovation ecosystem particularly interesting, is having that nearly like a quadruple helix, so having that fourth element to that. And I think the economic development then flows from that. So the idea being, if the money is taken away from government or from support, the innovation helps basically keep that engine going and helps the ecosystem develop. So I think that's that dynamic innovation aspect, I think, is particularly critical when we look at the cyber ecosystem.
And that innovation, I would say, part of what we talk about is growing companies out of that. We're growing cybersecurity companies and allied industries. Ronnie, if you could comment a little bit about what it means to grow these companies and what it means then on the talent side. What are the repercussions of like having these ecosystems, growing all these new companies, and then having to worry about who's going to staff them?
Yeah, thank you, Katie. I think this is a very good point. I think a major component of every ecosystem, but generally speaking, specifically speaking, when we talk about cybersecurity, is the human capital component. And especially when you consider the joint forces between the academia and the industry, that becomes to be a sort of a multiplier, which has what we call a spiral effect. Because a major problem of all the academia is how they can keep the curriculum updated and how they can attract students to come over and study in things that are related to not only cybersecurity, but I just want to say that when I say cybersecurity, I look at it in a holistic way. It's much more than hacking. Cybersecurity today touches and overlaps on nearly everything related to cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data science, and all the things that are related to that. So universities have a problem in that sense, but by working together with the industry, suddenly there is a spark that is happening, and there is a sort of fusion between the two, because the industries know better than anybody else what are the requirements and where the industry is heading. What are going to be the necessities and the requirements for human capital in the next, say, 5 years. So if they sit in close proximity with the university, if they are embraced by the university to become tutors and teachers in the university, they suddenly uplift the entire level of studying in the university, which is a great thing. And that would generate a lot of entrepreneurism. That would generate a lot of research. Now, if that research and that entrepreneurism can be thereafter translated into actual productivity within the industry that is already there, then you start to see how those things start to develop the entire economy. And they're later being propagated to the rest of the country in terms of wealth creation.
Yeah. So one of the things I think is interesting, I've been in economic development my whole career, 20 plus years, and economic development is largely about competition. I'm in Boston, and Boston's pretty shameless about wanting to be the best. And we argue against California. We want to be better than California, better than San Francisco all the time. You have Israel, who's considered a real competitor in the cybersecurity space. So economic development traditionally is about building your competitiveness, hanging your shingle as the best. Global Epic and what we do, though, is not about competing. It's about sort of putting down our swords for the moment and working together and collaborating. Talk a little bit about how the collaboration between economic development adversaries can help build this cybersecurity community in our world, and how you've seen that working.
So I think some of this goes back maybe to the genesis of Global Epic, and and Ronnie and I met a number of years.
Yeah, tell the genesis story. That's
yeah. So I think that kind of feeds into your question. So a number of years ago, I had the pleasure of meeting Ronnie in Israel, and what they were doing there in the ecosystem, and how that had grown significantly in the desert and mushroomed and had that great thriving cyber ecosystem. And then I kind of came back home to Belfast and realized, we can do something similar, and we should actually share ideas, and if we got together, then surely we could help each other even more, and we started talking, and then we had a mutual friend in Canada, and we started talking, and then kind of Global Epic was born, and we realized that if we could come together and use the power of the network and be able to share ideas, share resources, share skills, We're doing the same kind of things. Maybe there's things that are different in Israel than in Belfast or in Boston. Could we actually come together for greater good? And there is a word which our friend in Canada in Ottawa used, which was glocalization, which is if you change the B to a C, and I quite like this because it was kind of giving, we're working together globally, but then there's a local element to that, so glocalization. And so very much we're all working together and collaborating together, and to your point, but at the same time, by coming together, we all benefit in our ecosystems locally. So by collaborating with Boston or Israel or San Diego or whatever, we can help each other's ecosystems and we can together grow. And I think that's a really, really important point, because at the end of the day, it isn't about competition, as you say. It's actually about, the sum of the parts is greater.
Yeah. Hey, Ronnie, do you think that's because there's so much to be done? I mean, if we look at cybersecurity and everything we've heard today and we've heard over the last few days, is it because there's so much room at the table? The table's so big that competing really doesn't make any sense. There's just a lot of, do you see a lot of opportunity here that's untapped?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a combination of a lot of things to be done with a very short time to do them. And I think we already feel that we are very much behind. I would compare it, for example, to aviation safety. I've known the aviation industry quite good because I've been there for many, many years. And what is very interesting is that aviation has been considered as a dangerous thing to fly since day one. So safety has been developed hand by hand with the development of technology. And safety is not only technology, safety is paradigms and methodologies and training and simulation and so on and so forth. What happened in cybersecurity is that the technology has been developed very fast without any awareness of all the risks that come with it. And then suddenly we realize that there is a very major problem and we have to fix it while we are being attacked 1,000,000 times a day. So the question is, how can you address that challenge, realizing the fact that there is a lot to be done, like you say, Katie, and a very short time to do it? And the only way to do this is through information sharing and through working together between locals, generating the global. So, for example, if we take the Basque cyber ecosystem, if they have the opportunity to look around and see what is being done in Belfast and in Ottawa and in Boston, in Beersheba and in Taiwan and in many other places and vice versa, they can look around and say, that is very much relevant to me, that is very much relevant to me, that is not so much relevant to me, because there is a major diversity between all the members. It's a different culture, it's different language, different regimes. Some of them are under the university, some of them are under the industry, some of the ecosystems are under the government. But generally speaking, if you can share that information in terms of how to build it, then you can get much faster to where you want to be. And honestly, this is a necessity. This is something that we have to do. Otherwise, we are losing the war.
Right, because then we end up rising all boats, which is really important. Yeah. So one of the things that we've talked about in our ecosystems, one of the luxuries of being in Global Epic is we get to meet up with each other around the world in different places. And this week it's been here in the Basque region of Spain. And last week we were actually in London together speaking. And we get to have dinners together. I think Ulrich, our colleague from Belgium this week, named it Global or Epic Dinners. And it's an important part of building trust and building community within the cybersecurity community. But one of the things we talked about over one of our Epic dinners this week was leadership and the importance of leadership. I wonder from you guys, I would regard both of you as leaders in cybersecurity globally. How did you get called into a leadership role? Did someone ask you to lead? Did you feel compelled by the mission? How did you evolve into this? And I always say about Ronnie, if you watch HBO specials on cybersecurity or Vice News in the States, Ronnie's the one they're interviewing. So, truly a global leader that we're really honored to work with. So how did you both get pulled into or put into a leadership role?
So I think it was, from my own point of view, I think it was very much a case of we saw an opportunity, and it wasn't just me. I guess it was the wider team, and we just thought we're going to go after this. And the opportunity that I kind of referred to was partly after visiting Beersheba, and so like if we actually could do something similar in Belfast. There was no organisation, there was no government, didn't have anything in place. But as an institute, we basically decided, we're going to set up this ecosystem. We're going to coordinate the ecosystem. So I talked about the quadruple helix, but at the end of the day, somebody has to conduct the orchestra.
Yes.
It doesn't happen unless somebody's job is to actually do that. And I think that's a key point from many of the ecosystems around the world. The best ones, there's usually some kind of conductor. And I think we basically said, we're going to do this. So the Belfast ecosystem now has over 50 cybersecurity companies. We have now approximately 2,000 people employed purely in cyber. And I think as through no one person, and I think that's just a concerted effort to bring that together. The government locally in Northern Ireland got excited by this opportunity, so they are now coming in and stepping up and doing that and helping and supporting. So I think for me it's kind of a case of if there's an opportunity there, just go after it and do it and the rewards are great.
But somebody has to be the conductor.
Yeah.
Someone has to be the conductor. So Ronnie, talk about your conductor role a little bit and what that journey was like. Did you have to convince people that it needed a conductor? Israel is a very intense cybersecurity community. Were you asked to lead and conduct this? What was your journey in this?
Yeah. Well, if we make the correlation to music, I would prefer the model of chamber music than an orchestra, because at the end of the day, it's when Godfrey talks about the triple helix, we have to understand that each of those entities in the triple helix has a completely different DNA, and they have a completely different agenda. Researchers at the end of the day are keen to research and publish papers. That's what they do, because they are from the university. And government is very much engaged and committed to do what governments do, regulators, essentially. And then you have the industry. And especially when you talk about SMBs, not to talk about startups, but even SMBs and even large companies such as IBM, Dell EMC, and the rest of them are very much focused on developing their own products and making money. So nobody really wakes up in the morning and say, I need to look holistically at the entire entity and see how they can all work together. But I think what we need to do, if one wants to sit in the leader seat, so to speak, it's probably to have two things. The first one is to be passionate about it. You really have to feel that there is something much bigger than each and every one of the agendas.
I think our colleague from JP Morgan articulated that with her discussion
you have to be
about
passionate
passion.
about it, and you have to wake up in the morning, because in the university, in the industry, there's nobody waking up in the morning and saying, this is what I'm going to do today. So you have to take that role and say, it makes sense, there is a synergy, and we want to make it happen. And I think when we came to Global Epic, you can actually identify the local leaders in each and every ecosystem, which is very interesting. So I met with Godfrey, and we met with you, and we met with Ulrich in Belgium, and we met with Javier in the Basque, and we met with Dan in Ottawa. And in each and every one of them, there is somebody who is the locomotive, who is really dragging the train, and talk to each one of the stakeholders and say, yes, it makes sense. And I think there is a tipping point, which you have to push uphill against the friction, against the natural friction of everybody saying, I don't have the time for that, and I don't believe in that, and I have other things on my agenda, up to a point where it starts to make sense. So it's like a nuclear fusion. At some point, everybody sees the win-win effect. And then they say, you know what, it does make sense. Let's get together around the table and start to talk, because the win-win is bigger than the lose-lose situation, and then it starts to roll, and the rest is good.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of Global Epic, how would you go into an environment where maybe you have a leader, but there's really nothing else? Or you have someone who thinks, I'm passionate about this, I think I should lead in this, and I think my city or my region should be doing something about this. How can Global Epic play a role in helping to evolve those ecosystems that are just starting, the ones that we would consider nascent? I think like Kenya is a country we've been working with.
Yeah.
What is the role we play in those places?
Okay, I'll take the lead, being a leader. So going back to Global Epic again, I think the diversity between all the members is critical. because you cannot come from the point of view, I'll speak from the point of view of Israel, you cannot come to a country like Kenya or Ethiopia or countries in Latin America and say, well, this is what we do in Israel, just copy paste it. You can do exactly the same because it won't work. And the fact that in Global Epic we get exposed to so many models enable you to talk to new countries that come and say, we realize the need and the necessity to build a cyber ecosystem. How do we do this? And we can help them in showing them the first steps. One of the things that we do in Global Epic is called Soft Landing, which is a very interesting project in which industries from various ecosystems around the world can get hosted by other members for 3 weeks, for 4 weeks, get to know the arena, get to know the market, get to know what they are doing it. And just by information sharing and by working together and by talking together, they get the idea of how to do it, what should the first step be. The other thing is to get together with key stakeholders in the local area. So to talk with local governments, to talk with local researchers. Hopefully you can work with global industries. So if you talk with IBM or if you talk with a global bank like JP Morgan or Citibank and they would have branches all over the world, you can facilitate that. So suddenly you have IBM in Costa Rica, San Jose, and they are very keen to get involved and they know what IBM in Israel is doing and what IBM in Belfast is doing, so they can implement some of those and they are already there. So they are excellent ambassadors. So by just taking already what you have, sitting together and say, you never start with zero actually.
Yeah.
But you have to recognize what are the assets that you already have and start from there.
And I would say there's an importance in that because if we think about where some of the hackers have been, we see hackers setting up shop in much less sophisticated countries, which might not have an understanding of cybersecurity to the same degree.
Yeah.
So I think there's a compelling reason to help build these ecosystems.
Yeah. I think very much that cybersecurity, generally speaking, is very much like healthcare. I don't believe in local in cybersecurity. I think cybersecurity, generally speaking, is global by definition.
It's global beneficial,
But
yeah.
if we want to maintain our quality of life, our healthy life over here in Spain, we need to deal with it in Africa.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, the hackers will always go for the weakest link. And if they want to attack JP Morgan, they're not going to do it in New York, they're going to do it in Nairobi. I'm not sure if there is JP Morgan in Nairobi, but generally speaking, you get the idea. So it's a global interest to make sure that the globe is cyberly secure. So not only are we doing this because we believe in wealth creation, we believe in economy development, we believe in talent development, but I think generally speaking there is a necessity here to make sure that our future life, which are going to be based on connectivity, are secure.
So Godfrey, I think there's another piece of this which brings us together, and that's the standards and the policy side. And so I think about the ripple effect that GDPR had through the world, right, in this supply chain. How do you thinking about something like GDPR as a policy, and then we think about standards, we've talked a little bit about secure design and standards that may result as we try and create more secure design protocols. How do you think that will drive some of the work of our global communities? And is it something we need to be talking about more?
Well, yeah, that's a big question. I mean, I think clearly, and we touched on this last week in London as well at the event, and I think in anything in life, there's kind of this carrot and stick approach. So I think in one sense, GDPR there's an element of the stick there because if I don't get this right, my company's going under or I'm going to get fined or whatever. So I think there's certainly a place for that type of approach, for the policy approach. But I think
because it warrants some sticks. I mean, we're talking about security of people and lives and infrastructure. It warrants some sticks.
It does, and there's no denying that because if there are no sticks, then it's probably more of a
and as our JP Morgan colleague pointed out, this is a criminal space.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. But I think I'm also a great believer in there must be the sticks, and I'm not denying that. But I think also there must be the carrot and the incentive, and why should I do something, whatever organization I represent, there needs to be some other attractor or benefit or a reward for doing good things as well as not doing bad things. And I think one of the interesting pieces, and we're actually looking at this in Belfast going forward. I don't know how this is going to work, but it's actually bringing policy and innovation people together. So I mean, physically together. So you don't always think that policy and innovation don't necessarily always go hand in hand. Sometimes there can be tensions there. So what we're actually going to explore is see, like, bringing policy people into the same building where we're doing the innovation and the research and the commercialization and the economic development, and then actually having the policy, whether that is from a cyber policy point of view or whether that's from a government policy point of view. I think the same applies.
And I think there's a great opportunity in Global Epic for us to share the carrots, the carrots that we design. Ronnie, what's the risk in each of us developing separate sticks? I mean, because there is the potential. You know, we heard from our colleagues in Japan last week, and they're developing their own frameworks and what they're doing. And I'm from the US. I'm sure my Department of Defense is developing something I don't know about. What is the danger in sticks being developed across the world that aren't collaborating? And is there an opportunity, you think, for that?
Yeah. So I will start by saying that one of the things that at least happening in Beersheba in Israel is that the actual fact that the industry and the government as a regulator, as a stick maker, so to speak, sit together, make things much better in normal operation. I think one of the problems with sticks is that the government in many aspects are disengaged from the ones that are getting hammered for not doing the right things. When you talk about ecosystem, and especially when we come to talk about Global Epic and we have the chance to collaborate in those conferences and those discussions and roundtables, is that you get an immediate feedback from the industry. You should take it 30 degrees to the right or 30 degrees to the left. And I can tell you that in Israel there is a continuous discussion between the government and the industry in terms of, if we were to apply this regulation, how would that affect you?
Yeah.
And they get an immediate feedback. And sometimes it would be the industry that would say, we would expect you to apply this regulation because it will make our life easier. Now, Israel, although it's separated geographically from Europe, it's very close mentally to Europe. Yeah. And especially when you talk about startups, the Israeli market is so small that every startup in Israel, upon foundation, looks west. And we are very much concerned, and that goes back to the globalization.
Yeah.
The globe is a small village. And if the sticks on one in one location will be much more severe than in other location, people just move. They would just go out.
Right. And then the economic development competition becomes real.
Yeah. And you know that today, it is not only the Basque. The idea of trying to attract entrepreneurs from all over the world to establish their operation here, it happens all over the place.
Yeah.
You have invest in nearly in any country. Invest in Bavaria, invest in England, invest in this, and everybody is trying to bring entrepreneurism and trying to bring innovation into their country. So it becomes to be very easy for startupists to say, the regulations here don't make sense, I'm going over there. So it becomes to be the interest of the government to attract and to reduce the level of sticks compared to the carrots. So you have to find this equilibrium that will make sense to generate a sustainable and scalable local operation.
So reflecting on that, let's imagine out, in our last few questions, let's imagine out 5 years. I had a boss once who would say to me, I want you to picture the headline on the front page of the paper. So tell me what your front page headline is, and then let's work backward from that and make it happen. So 5 years from now, what's the front page headline of Global Epic? Where are we that we've really would meet the goals of the vision that you have of where we're headed and excite you?
So just to maybe to elaborate in answering that question, so being very practical about Global Epic, one of the things with each ecosystem has, we talked about this conductor, or we call it a keystone. So by connecting, at the minute we have 28 ecosystems around the world, so there's essentially 28 keystones who then understand their particular ecosystem. So the model is very much, if I'm in Belfast, I want to do business in the Basque, so I can speak to Javier, and some startups in Belfast can then do business with startups here. So there's a way to basically use the power of the network to connect the world. So to answer your question very specifically, I think for me in 5 years' time, it would be, we currently have 28. Let's aim for 58 ecosystems all around the world, but also having that in a much more dynamic way, where there is, essentially like a Facebook for Global Epic or whatever, some way where you actually or LinkedIn for Global Epic, whatever you want to call it, where that network becomes much more powerful, much more online. Anybody who wants to connect, because it's in each interest of each ecosystem. So one region might get more international trade, another region might get foreign direct investment because the company may set up in that region, and then vice versa, that region may want to come and set up in the Basque or vice versa. So I think for me it would be, again, it's a greater good thing. It's not that anyone is out to make any money in part of the Global Epic organization. It's very much we want each of the companies to go out and make money and have economic development in that sense. So I think personally for me, that would be ultimate in 5 years' time, if there's a headline to say that this is growing, thriving across 58 different ecosystems.
60 countries.
60,
yeah.
We'll go for 60, even better, round
yes,
number.
Why not? Yes, that's right. And Ronnie, what about you? As sort of the initial maestro of this, in 5 years, that headline, you're being honored on the front steps of some large monumental building. What are we honoring?
First of all, in 5 years, I would expect that the book, The Global Epic Restaurant Recommendation, will be very successful.
We'll have a recipe book and a restaurant, a guidebook on where to eat.
Yeah, but seriously, no, I completely agree with Godfrey, and I think if we go for 60, that would be great. I would put a lot of emphasis on the human capital side.
Yeah.
I would like to see a sort of, starting with high school curriculum, continue with undergraduate curriculum, with students from all over the world participating and going for practicum periods across members. I think this is going to be extremely important. A lot of information sharing in that sense, in terms of what to do and how to do. I would like to be in a situation whereby, going back to aviation, there are organizations like ICAO that brings together all the stakeholders in aviation together, being companies, industries, regulators, pilots, and everybody else. And I think that Global Epic starts as a sort of an open community.
Yeah.
But I think it gains momentum right now to become really a place, a sort of a marketplace, where if you want to be, you have to be in Global Epic in this way or another. Because there is so much you can gain out of it that you really want to be, you want to have somebody, you want to be there in the marketplace and understand how to do things better for your place.
Yeah, you gain a lot more by being at the table than not being at the table.
I should say, if it begins with B, you're much better off, because we've got Beersheba, Belfast, Boston, Bilbao, Basque, Belgium. So, if you happen to start with B, you're on a winner.
Okay, but that's not fair to some of our...
I'm only joking.
I was going to say, Wales might have an issue with that. Okay. So, are you there? Ruth was here yesterday. Yeah, there you go. See, Wales is there. They're in the back. Okay, so we want to end with, we mentioned one of our B ecosystem. We're here in Bilbao, and Javier has been to Boston and visited me. We've been to Israel. We've been to Belfast. We've traveled around the world together, and now we have the privilege of being here in his ecosystem. So if you two could close for us by reflecting on this visit here and what we're seeing and your thoughts on this ecosystem. And Javier's leadership, by the way, which is amazing. That's to the point. Javier is the passionate maestro, right, that we all need.
So I think for me, the power of this is showing, and no, we all come from relatively small, Boston still is a relatively small region. Yeah. Clearly Belfast is tiny, Beersheba is not large either, but at the same time, there's an opportunity on a global stage to actually have significance. So even though you're in a small region, the cyber world is still relatively niche. I know in one sense you think cyber is so vast, but actually it's still, in another sense, quite a niche opportunity. So what we're seeing, for me anyway, in the Basque region, that niche, particularly applying cyber to industrial control, to the energy sector, and so it's not just growing the cyber ecosystem per se, but actually growing cyber to help the wider ecosystem.
As an enabler.
So I think for me that's what's really exciting about the Basque region is how they've taken that the strength that they have, but also applying the cyber element to that. And I guess to Ronnie's point, each ecosystem is different, and I think that's the benefit of coming together, because we're all learning and sharing. And I think for me, the Basque have an absolutely perfect niche where they're able to do this in a way that probably very few other ecosystems around the world have been able to do. So, I think that's exciting.
Yeah, to your point, we came early, and my colleague Tom, who's going to speak next, we had with Ulrich hosted the first ever Security for Robotics conference that we had before this. So to your point of looping in cybersecurity into other industries. Ronnie, reflect in our closing minute and a half here on your experience in Bilbao.
So in addition to everything that Gottfried said, and Bilbao is a beautiful place, and everything that is being done here, I think there's something very unique about this event specifically, and that by bringing together industry and cybersecurity. We talk a lot about cyber by design. That becomes to be a very hot topic. And yet when you talk with engineers, nearly in every discipline, and they are designing the next generation product, they don't take cyber into consideration. And it doesn't matter whether it's healthcare or it's robotics or whatever it is. And I think one of the things that are remarkable here is by putting both of them together at the same space, where you have cyber companies, you talk about cybersecurity, and you have the industry, and you talk about robotics, and you talk about Industry 4.0 and everything else. That's an amazing tool for an engineer, for an R&D from each of those industries to look at the neighboring booth and say, cybersecurity, I haven't thought about it. How can that be applied to me? And by starting that engagement and that discussion, you can actually say, you know what, maybe I should apply cybersecurity consideration in the first phase of the design, instead of designing the next generation product that's going to be completely hackable, and then you have to apply all those cyber products to secure the product. So that, I think, is something very unique. I haven't seen a lot of those, if at all, anywhere. Usually it's either cybersecurity event or some kind of industry event, and that is close to you.
That's right.
Javier,
so with that, Godfrey, Ronnie, my colleagues, my friends, thank you so much for sharing some time to tell everyone about the work we're doing. Javier, thank you so much for having us. It's been an absolute pleasure. We will be around the rest of the day to talk more about Global Epic if anyone has any questions. Okay?
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
The following talk is about the cyber security for robotics by Bernard Dieber from Robotic, Thomas Ryden from Mass Robotics, and Endika Gil-Uriarte from Alias Robotics. Cybersecurity for robotics is a multidisciplinary research domain that is growing in relevance and importance due to the continuous growth of robotics systems and increase in cybersecurity and safety risks and challenges. Robots are widely used in industrial production environments and increasingly in logistics, healthcare, and home appliances. Most of the traditional robot systems are being operated by a PLC or a specific robot controller. But even while being isolated in industrial networks, these machines are not free from harm. Both human safety and product quality are at stake. But more increasingly flexible, autonomous, and versatile robots have entered into the industrial domain. Collaborative robots are being released from their cages and put in close cooperation with humans. That positive trend also sees a significant decline in cost for robotics, partially thanks to the availability of a standard and the interconnectivity of the robotic systems. But most of the robotic systems lack a fundamental cybersecurity posture, so let's treat it more deeply.
Thanks very much for the nice introduction. Thanks, Javier, and the rest of the Basque Industry 4 event for having us here, for inviting us. This is Enrique Gil Uriarte on behalf of Alias Robotics. We have a pleasure today to be here in this fantastic Basque Industry 4 event. And within the framework of the Basque Cybersecurity Day as well, we'd love to introduce you some more about the cybersecurity for robotics. For that, I'm counting today with the remarkable presence of Tom Ryden to my left. Tom Ryden is a roboticist, is actually the executive director of Mass Robotics. Former entrepreneur in the field of robotics, he was also part of the sales and marketing direction team of iRobot. And with me as well today, we have Bernard Dieber. Bernard Dieber has a background as a software engineering. He holds a PhD in the field of robotics, and he's currently the head of robotics in the Institute for Robotics and Mechatronics in Joanneum Research in Austria. So Bernard is one of the pioneer authors when it comes to cybersecurity for robotics in the academia field. So first of all, and just for a nice intro for our audience about the current status of the overall robotics industry, could you, Tom, share a few words of what your view is about the current status of the industry, what the current developments are, how the big picture is looking like?
Sure. So thanks for having me. I think that it is amazing the rapid growth of robotics over the last couple of years. People have talked about the growth of this industry for many years, and I think it's really starting to come to fruition. I want to be clear that robotics really isn't an industry. It's an enabling technology that will impact virtually any industry. And I would venture to say that the folks in the audience, no matter what field they're in, they're going to see robotics impact their type of business. I'll highlight 4 areas that we are following that really are seeing the most dramatic expansion. One is in factory automation. Certainly, robotics are not new. They've been on the factory line for years. But I think that the change here is really around what's called collaborative robots. And that's just a nice word for human-safe robots, robots that operate in the vicinity of humans. And currently, collaborative robots make up about 3% of industrial robotic sales. And it's anticipated that that will grow to about 34% in the next couple of years. And that's not to say that the larger industrial robotic market will shrink, but that the overall robotic automation, factory automation will grow, and these collaborative robotic systems will take a much larger role. And that's for a number of reasons. I think they're a lot more flexible, they're cheaper, and they're easier to deploy. And we'll talk a little bit about what that means for security risks. So that's one area. The second area that we see the most growth in is in warehouse automation. And this is primarily driven by the fact that everybody here is changing how you buy, and you buy from Amazon or some other e-commerce site. And somebody has to fulfill that order. And that increase in business through e-commerce has led to a transition from manual warehouses where people would pick to automatic warehouses where robots do the picking, the transportation, the shipping. And right now in the US, there's about 4,000 warehouses that have a few 100,000 robots. In the next 5 years, that will grow to 50,000 robots with about 50,000 warehouses with about 4 million robots. So a huge increase. The next area is medical robotics. I think people have probably seen in the news some of the robots that are used for operations and surgery. Only recently have they been done at a distance. So what has been done right now, up until the last year or two, is the surgeon would be in the same room. And they would use the robot to assist them and to help them and allow them to do the surgery more accurately. We're starting to see that transition over to teleoperation, where the surgeon is in a totally different location from where the surgery is happening. And that can cause all sorts of challenges when you talk about cybersecurity. And then I think in the last area, it's self-driving vehicles or autonomous vehicles that you might see out on the road, whether that's cars, buses, or trucks, or things that operate on the sidewalk and carry goods. That's the other area that's really growing.
So that's very interesting to hear for our audience as well. From your mass robotic experience, what would you say that would be the next challenges that the robotics industry is facing? And shall I connect here to the cybersecurity concerns that we start to consider at some point as you were discussing?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is the industry is transitioning from what I would call a research model, and they're struggling to understand how they're going to become an industrial model. And what I mean by that is most of the research, or most of the robots have come out of the lab. They've come out of work at universities such as the one Bernard works at and others, and they've only recently transitioned to industry. And so there are a lot of unfinished applications or works or software that's in these systems that are getting deployed. And we'll talk specifically about one, which is ROS, Robotic Operating System. But there are many other kind of attributes of these systems that you don't see in more established industries. And you know, some of our previous speakers talked about the risks of cybersecurity in major infrastructures like power and so forth. We don't have that same established mentality in robotics. There's a lot of, wow, this is new, this is working, let's get it out there. So the warehouse automation, that market's only been around for 7 years. Deployments really have only been around for 2 or 3 years. So it's still very new technology.
Yeah, so perhaps Bernard has got a different viewpoint from the RTO side and, let's say, from the software engineering perspective. Also, Tom was mentioning, very interestingly, this robot operating system that is coming to be the de facto standard in robotics. What is your viewpoint on these challenges that are coming for the future, also from the research and development perspective?
Well, can you hear me? Now it's working. Yeah, it's what we can see in recent years, and what is also driving this very high visibility part of robotics is that you have this digitization that also drives Industry 4.0, also very much impacts robotics. So we have now a lot of robots that are driven by general purpose computing. So you don't necessarily rely on PLC programming that much anymore, but you have general purpose computing hardware, you have general purpose operating systems in a robot, and you can also program it with general purpose means, like an everyday programming language, C++ or Python. And you can use this. Sorry, my microphone is somehow not good. You can use this to actually very, very rapidly program robots and get an application on a robot out there. And this is, on the one hand, it's great because it enables you to be very, very fast and very, very agile in developing your robot application. But it also brings the same issues that you have in computing for the last 25 or 30 years, which is mainly what we're concerned with is cybersecurity. Because we have very painfully learned in computer science what it means if you put out systems that are unprotected. And robotics is now on the path of repeating this history, unfortunately. And this is what I see as a very, very big challenge. But there are also other challenges like ensuring safety in a very flexible system. This is a completely new problem that we have now to deal with, since we want to rapidly change what we do in our factory, what we want to rapidly update the firmware of a robot over the air. How do we do that? How do we ensure that it's still safe afterwards? Things like this, and also finding engineering methods that actually deal with this kind of complexity that we nowadays have.
So digging a little bit deeper in also part of your work that you did with open source and ROS in particular, how do you see the industry adoption of ROS? Do you see that happening anytime in the near future?
So, for those who don't know, ROS is the robot operating system. It originated from a research project, and it's basically it's a middleware system, so a framework for distributed computing, very specifically tailored to the applications in robotics. And this actually builds on top of this general purpose computing idea that I sketched. So it's based on Linux, you program it in C++ or Python typically, and it enables you to very rapidly develop application for robotics. And so far it has mainly been used in research. So a huge part of the robots that use ROS are just used in research. But we see a strong drive towards bringing ROS into industry. This is, there is a worldwide consortium called the ROS Industrial Consortium that actively pushes for bringing ROS into industry and bringing all the concepts and the ideas of ROS into industry. There is also the new development, so that the redevelopment of ROS, ROS 2, that tries to be more professionally developed in order to be fit for use in industry.
Plus, there's some interesting initiatives by the industry to progressively adopt it, yet, as Tom was discussing, it's very blurry to find the line between research and development and then industrial application. From your experience also, from the startup background, this is a frequent issue, you reckon?
Yeah, you know, ROS is a great example. So we have companies that deploy on ROS 1.0, and that's inherently unsafe and unsecure. And yet companies are using that. They're not really thinking about the potential hazards of deploying a system. They're looking to see how can I more rapidly get a system out there. ROS 1's available. ROS 2 is just now becoming more available. There's iROS, there's SROS, so industrial ROS, secure ROS. None of those are really deployed on any large scale. So we're starting to see companies just deploy what's available, which is an unsecure version of ROS, and that's unfortunate because as those systems get out there, you now are just putting volumes of systems that are inherently unsecure.
So that connects to security being a hot topic in robotics, and that's why we hosted, or we celebrated in the Basque Industry 4 week, the Cybersecurity for Robotics event happening in the University of Deusto. So both of you attended the event, of course, and I would like you to share with the audience briefly some overall evaluation of the event outcomes. Perhaps you can start, Tom?
Sure. Well, first, Ulrich was gracious to host the first Cyber Security and Robotics Forum. I think it highlights the fact that not enough attention is given in the robotics industry to cybersecurity, and we need to do more for that. I thought that there was a number of speakers who raised interesting issues and points. Bernard gave a great talk on how easy it is to hack, and I won't say the vendor, because that's a little unfair, but it was a commercially available product. He gave a wonderful talk on how simple it was to hack and essentially eliminate the safety. So this is a mobile platform that can move at speeds fairly quickly, can carry up to, I think, 100 kilos. It has a series of LiDARs, laser rangefinders to keep the system from hitting obstacles. And sorry, I'm taking your thunder, but
it's okay.
He basically showed how with a very simple command you could turn off the safety systems. So now this robot can run into anything. And people are not aware of that. So they could see the robot and not understand that it was not inherently safe. And so I think there was a lot of interesting talks around the challenges in robotics. We need to work to continue to grow the interest and come up with solutions rather than highlighting the issues.
Precisely, that could be a way to go, yeah. And that's why I find so interesting to find both conclusions. Bernard, what is your viewpoint from the security perspective of the event? Can you do a small summary for the audience?
Yeah, so it was very, very great to finally have a dedicated event for cybersecurity for robotics, because it is already an important topic without people really noticing it, but it will be a much, much bigger topic in the future. I'm absolutely sure about this. And it's great to have a community gathering of those people who are interested in working in this field. And I do think that this community will grow, starting from the great work of Ulrich in organizing this. And I'm really happy to see that this gains some traction now. So we've been working in this area for nearly 5 years now, trying to push the idea of making robots secure into the community. And it just takes some time, which is understandable to a certain extent. But now finally, I have the impression that we're gaining some traction because we are now getting the attraction and the attention to show that it's actually a problem if you have an insecure robot. And this is actually something that you actively have to care about as a manufacturer and as a system integrator, because the end user typically expects your robot to be secure. And this is what it's hardly ever realized, that it's not up to the end user to secure a robot. It shouldn't be. And so it's very nice to see that from a big geographical span, we already have an attention to this topic. So this is great.
I think Bernard brings up a good point that a lot of the customers don't know to ask whether their robot is secure. So when we see deployments, especially in some of these warehouses, they're going into large, what are called third-party logistics or 3PL warehouses. And those people are traditionally not really aware of the capabilities of the robot, nor the vulnerabilities of the robot. So their assumption is, well, my network is secure, that I connect to my warehouse. I've worked very hard on securing my order and financial data that comes in so that I can process all these orders. They assume that if the robot is connected to that network, then it also will be safe, and that's not really the case. And I think as they become more reliant on robots to do their service, as they increase their volume of business because of the robots moving the goods, then if the robots fail, their business can fail. And they just don't, I don't think they have a really valid understanding of that. And also in the industry, there is no certification around security for robots. There is no stamp of, Intel inside or whatever you want to call it and saying, hey, there's some security built in this system. They don't know that ROS is insecure. They don't know that a lot of these vulnerabilities that Bernard and others have pointed out.
Yeah, I agree that there's a lack of regulation. Anybody could see that. Also, it's very interesting what you are discussing, which is basically the fact that the end user is living on the assumption that the robot they are buying as an endpoint is secure by default, and they are expecting to be buying basically a secure by default product. Perhaps Bernard, and particularly after the MIR, Mobile Industrial Robot Hack, that you saw in the event, could share some more about the actual manufacturer's position in this respect.
Yeah, it's hard to say what their position actually is. I can only say what they're transporting towards us. That's typically a very agnostic point of view, unfortunately. We keep pointing out several vulnerabilities in different robots, as also you do in Alis Robotics. And there are different answers that we get, but they're also always mostly have the same undertone, which is we don't really care, or we don't want to care, or we don't have the resources to care. This ranges from, I don't think it's insecure, over insecurity is a feature because it makes it easier to integrate stuff into my robot, up until just don't plug it into the network. And this is, I think, a fundamentally wrong standpoint, because we're all talking about Industry 4.0, and one really important part of Industry 4.0 is to be able to do flexible manufacturing. Flexible manufacturing inherently means that you need to be able to reconfigure your production from literally 1 minute to the other to produce something different. And how are you going to do that without network access to your robot? So this is a completely invalid argument, not connecting a robot anymore. This is completely valid for the classical style of doing robotics in automation is putting it behind a fence and programming it once and let it run for 10 or 15 years. That's totally okay if you don't connect it. But if you're going for flexible manufacturing, all your systems will have to be connected to each other. Otherwise, you have no way of ever being any flexible. And this also concerns the robots. And the robots are the physical manifestation of your flexible manufacturing. And those are the ones who are close to workers in the industry. The robots are the ones who are close to people once they're in the public space. And if they're insecure and we can remotely manipulate them, then this is actually a big problem for anybody in the value chain. First, of course, the guy who gets hit by the robot, the end user who is legally also responsible of protecting it, the integrator who deployed an insecure solution, and the manufacturer who produces an insecure robot. And this is something that I unfortunately expect that we will see that in the future as stuff starts to happen, as we also saw it in IT 15, 20, 30 years ago, that stuff just starts to happen once we start connecting our systems. And I do think that the manufacturers are not enough aware of this issue. To a certain extent, I do understand it because they typically don't have the background for that. So as also Tom said, you have a lot of startups that want to move fast, and security is said to be something that drags you down in speed, which doesn't have to be that way if you do it correctly. There are a lot of classic automation companies who are just used to build stuff that lasts for 20 or 25 years in operation. They are not used to constantly updating their system, to constantly reconfiguring their system. So I do see the reason behind it. However, I do think that they should reconsider.
Yeah, I think on collaborative robots as an example, these collaborative arms, there has been a number of organizations that have created standards around the safety side of it. So how do you deploy these robots safely if they're in close proximity with humans? Both on the design side, so are they compliant, or they reduce speed, their payload is not significant, whatever the way they design it, but then also on the integration and deployment side, and you can build a safety case. But you rarely see in these safety discussions the cybersecurity. So what happens if somebody comes in? You can set these speed limiters so that it is a safe system according to the rules, and then yet somebody can come in and adjust those and hack into the robot and change those. And so now the system is no longer safe, and yet you don't know that because you're unaware of some of what's happened to your system. I think, and this is the first time we met, and so I had a chance to learn a little bit about what your company's doing and some of your methods of looking and securing these systems. I think we need a lot more companies such as yourselves and others who are doing that and trying to validate the performance, not only the performance of the robot, but the security and safety of the robot.
So one of the very typical, let's say, endpoints, or let's say outcomes of a cyber attack in robots could be the disabling of safety features, such as in the example that you shared, Bernard, in this publication. Perhaps you can elaborate a little bit more on the actual zero-day vulnerability that you presented, just for our audience to have an overview of the kind of outcomes that can be out of these cyber attacks in robots.
Well, yeah, what we just... So I actually don't want to call this a hack because we didn't hack the robot at all. We just made use of the fact that it was very, very badly configured. So that they shipped this robot with default passwords everywhere. So it has a default password for the Wi-Fi, it has a default password for the Wi-Fi router, it has a default password for the web interface, and unfortunately, it also has a default password for the safety PLC in there, which is not configured to something else than the default password by the manufacturer and also not by the system integrator. So what we basically do is we make use of the fact that all this is configured stock, and we just remotely via Wi-Fi connect to the PLC in there, reprogram it to either ignore the e-stop or to ignore the e-stop reset, so you cannot use your robot, in fact, or to ignore the safety scanner signal. So this robot will, in fact, just run over anything that's in its way because it may detect it, but it will ignore the fact that it detects an obstacle. And this is all due to so the mitigation would be very, very simple. Change the routes in there because you don't need to access a PLC via Wi-Fi. There's just no reason for that. Change the default passwords, and then you're way better off. And then we can take care about the real security issues in there, like having an insecure implementation of cryptography or whatever. But we don't even get to that point because everything before that is already so insecure that you can just do anything with this robot. So I don't know those who are familiar with the Pepper robot that is out there. It's also been shown how incredibly insecure this thing is because it just doesn't use any security features. But this is a robot for fairs, and it's a rolling smartphone, so it cannot really harm you. The robot that we have looked on is an industrial robot that is actually thousands of pieces are working in industry today of this robot, and it has the complete same issues. And this is basically what we want to show. It's not about this very specific manufacturer and their robot. It's about the mindset that lies behind that they all share basically to a certain extent, and that's very sad and dangerous.
But I want to, and I agree, it's a mindset thing. But I want to make sure people understand the reason that mindset is they designed these to be research robots, and to be open and allow anybody to add anything to it and make it do anything they want. They didn't anticipate that people are going to configure it a certain way and say, oh, now I'm going to deploy it out in industry. And so what originally shipped as a flexible research project is getting deployed in industry. And that's why I think you're seeing some of these vulnerabilities, the holes that Bernardo has pointed out.
Yeah, it's actually not about security. It's about foreseeing misuse that is not taken care about. So this would be the first step before you apply security, is to see, okay, how could somebody misuse what I just did, and how can I prevent them from doing that?
So I just wanted to share the question, the open question, let's say, how do manufacturers have to feel, let's say, the needs or the benefit of including this security in the pathway towards the market, even if they are feeling let's say, the market pull? Perhaps, Tom, you can share some from your experience.
I think Andy and others mentioned this earlier, is there's usually a limited budget. And so they're just looking to where to apply their resources. And unfortunately, they're still developing the robots, and they just don't have that extra resource to say, let's make it secure. And so, my push is always to get the customers to demand it. I think we have to educate the customers on what to ask for, and whether that's to come up with some sort of standard or something that people can say, hey, is your robot XYZ secure, and whatever that standard is, and people can say, yes, just to get them to think about it. I think the industry's not even thinking about it right now.
What is your viewpoint in this regard, Bernard?
Yeah, so
also from the research and development phase.
As Tom said, those are companies that need to push very hard in order to be successful and grow. But still, there should be more openness, more awareness that you can actually do very simple things to ensure security already at the beginning of your development. And once you start off without it, it will just get harder and harder along the way to then put it on top. And everyone in security knows that putting security on top is always a very bad idea. It's better than having nothing, but it still will give you a patchwork of holes. And so from a research point of view, we're digging into this more or less every day, and we're finding new stuff every day. And it's actually way too easy to find vulnerabilities, and this is something that I do hope that everyone in the value chain becomes more aware of, and more ready to spend some resources in this, because it actually is quite important.
Just as a final minute, and just as a wrap-up as well, I would like you to share some viewpoints and some contextualization on this hotspot that is the Basque Country for Industry 4.0, and how this particular issue could affect or be reflected in the future in our Industry 4 strategy.
So I think one of the things that I have been very impressed with is the level of attention that this region is focused on, both cybersecurity and robotics and security specifically. There's companies here that I was not aware of that are leading in some efforts that we have not seen in the States. And so I think that the economy here is strong and can support the development of this technology, and that the region seems to be very small and cooperative. So I'm excited to see what's going to come out of the Basque region in this area.
Bernard?
Yeah, I can only agree with what Tom said. It's really cool because the first Cybersecurity for Robotics conference has been held here with a strong support of all the actors involved in the Basque Country about this. I do think that the very, very strong manufacturing industry that you have here is also, of course, affected by to a certain extent by the issues that we are trying to raise. But it's also great to see that the actual first company that cares about robot cybersecurity has been founded here. And that I think says a lot, and that you do all this effort to bring us here, to bring everybody here, and to make everybody aware of those issues. This is, I think, great, and this is pioneering work as I see it.
So just as a final conclusion, and maybe very telegraphically, maybe you can just define with a few words what is the requirement that you would send out there as a final message.
So I would say I like what Global Epic has done to bring many communities together. I think there needs to be a stronger community effort to raise the awareness of the issues of cybersecurity and robotics. I'm not sure how we'll do that, but I think this is a great start.
What is your viewpoint?
Yeah, robotics by itself is highly interdisciplinary, and cybersecurity is one of the disciplines that needs to be involved, like so many others. And I do hope that we can continue down this path for promoting this issue and this topic, also with the support of actors like the Basque industry and the Basque Cybersecurity Center. So having people like that on your side is very, very helpful.
Thanks so much. So I think we ran out of time. Thanks both Tom and Bernard having you here. Thank you all the audience for being here, listening to us. We'd love to follow up the conversation, maybe having a coffee now out there. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you for doing it.
Some action. get some satisfaction. Go find out what it is all about. After midnight, we gon' lay on hang out. After midnight, we gon' lay on hang out. After midnight, we gon' lay on hang out. Let me take my midnight. Let me take my midnight. It's like sugar, so sweet, good enough to eat. When you feel the fun, get it. Get up on your feet. It's like sugar, so sweet, good enough to eat. When you feel the fun, get it. Get up on your feet. Wow, what a state that I'm in. Everybody here is dancing. All I wanna do is get your body next to mine. Baby, won't you step to me? Come on, honey, make a move. Let me take you something about this funky groove.
dedicate this song to little Junior Parker, a cousin of mine that's gone on, but we'd like to kind of carry on in his name by saying, I don't know why I love you like I do. After all the changes that you put me through, used all my money and my cigarettes, and I haven't seen how to have you yet. I wanna know, won't you tell me I love to stay? Take me to the river, wash me down. Want to cleanse my soul, put my feet on the ground. I don't know why she treated me so bad. After all the things that we could have had, love is an ocean that I can't forget. My sweet 16, I will never regret. I wanna know, won't you tell me I love to stay? Hold me, love me, please me, tease me, till I can't take no more. Take me to the river. I don't know why I love you like I do. And all the things that you put me through. The 16 candles are burning on my wall. Tell me the biggest, the fool of them all. I wanna know, won't you tell me I love to stay? No, take me to the river. I wanna know, won't you dip me in the water? I wanna know, won't you walk me in the water? Walk me in the water. Walk me in the water. Won't you walk me in the water? Feeling good.
Whoa, oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be now. Where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Whoa, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be now. Oil wasted on the oceans and upon our seas, fish full of mercury. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be now. Radiation underground and in the sky, animals and birds who live nearby our lives. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be. What about this overcrowded land? How much more we me. Can't you stand that? Oh,
Something you got makes me work all day. Something you got makes me bring home a pay. Yeah. All right, something you got. Oh, you wanna know? Well, I said my. Something you got keeps me home every night. Something you got makes everything all right. Something you got. Wow. Honey, you ought to know. I said, my. Oh,
It's late in the evening. She's wondering what clothes to wear. She puts on her makeup, then brushes her long blonde hair, and then she'll ask me, do I look alright? And I say yes, you look wonderful tonight. We go to a party, and everyone turns to see this beautiful lady that's walking around with me. And then she asks me, do you feel alright? And I say yes, I feel wonderful tonight. And I feel wonderful because I see the love light in your eyes. And the wonder of it all is that you just don't realize how much I love you. It's time to go home now, and I've got an aching head, so I give her the car keys, and she helps me to bed, and then I tell her, as I turn out the light, I say, my darling, you were wonderful tonight. Oh, my darling, you were wonderful tonight.
Thank you.
Tuesday heartbreak seem to be unfair, 'cause you say that you found another man. Tuesday break heart, guess you just don't care, 'cause you found you another man. I wanna heartbreak seem to be a drag when you know that you love her specially. Catch up, baby. Catch up with my dreams. Maybe then I can see you all the time. But I wanna be with you till the nighttime comes. I wanna be with you till the daytime comes. I wanna stay and never go away. Oh, baby, it's alright. I wanna be with you till the nighttime comes. I wanna stay with you till the morning run. I wanna be with baby, baby, baby. Oh, baby, it's alright. I wanna be with you till the nighttime comes. I wanna be with you till the daytime comes. I wanna stay, oh baby, get away. It's alright.
I remember talking with you about getting all together. Great pretender looking at me from now until forever. The best friends in the whole wide world, taking care of each other. Yeah, you were the spark that ignited the bomb, my chosen brother. I don't even know if you're out there. I don't wanna know if you're still the one. I don't wanna know, 'cause I'm still trying to grow. But I'll be loving you until the last day. I'll be loving you on your worst day. Where are you now that I need you here? I'll be loving you each and every day. And now I wonder, what will I do if I see you in love with someone? I won't complain, you keep on working on your own life. Don't even know if you're out there. I don't wanna know if you're still the one. Don't wanna know, 'cause I'm still trying to grow. But I'll be loving you until my last day. I'll be loving you on your worst day. Where are you now that I need you here? I'll be loving you each and every day. Where are you now that I need you here? I'll be loving you each and every day. I'll be loving you until my last day.
system tries to bring you down. Never had to shine a dime. You don't need darkness to do what you think is
Good morning. We will continue to deepen different aspects of cybersecurity. And in this case, we will talk about race to the bottom, evolution of threat landscape to industrial control systems. For this, we have the presence of Marina Krotofil, Senior Security Engineer of BASF. Industrial control system threat landscape has changed dramatically over the past few years. New threats have emerged to challenge the shock created by Stuxnet. This talk will present the evolution of the ECS exploits and tactics to picture ongoing race to the bottom situation between ICS, threat actors, and defenders. The discussion will descend all the way to the embedded systems and physical process, showing that cyber-physical systems cannot be secured only by the means of canonical IT security approaches. Physical war can be exploited by unconventional methods and therefore needs to be taken into consideration when securing ICS. Additional attention will be given to the relationship between security and safety and how current cyber threats may undermine traditional safety design decisions. The goal of this talk is to provide the audience with a through the eyes of the attacker experience when designing advanced embedded systems exploits and implants as part of cyber-physical attack.
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much for the organizers for having me here. It's a big, big pleasure and honor to be here and to get introduced to such an amazing community. So I hope this collaboration will continue. Yes, so I was specifically asked to talk about this topic in order to make it kind of introductory for those to understand like what's happening, what is our current threat landscape in industrial control systems, and we will see why I call this trend a race to the bottom. So who I am? Like my specialization is I'm specializing in offensive security and critical infrastructures. Although some of my friends would be offended by the word offensive because right now it's called something else. Although also offensive security is now also those who are actually doing it, they now call it defend forward. So we kind of confused already in the words, so we could tell that I am a red teamer, and my specialization are physical damage. Basically, how do we make something go bad, crash, or blow up by the means of cyber attacks? So this is my world. Yeah, here's a plant. What is your plan? That is one question I'm asking, because people have like they think it's so easy. You just hack in, just exploit some vulnerability, and you are just basically done. So, and this is why there are two, like if you look in the newspaper, there are two opinions which you will see about hacking like industrial facilities. It's just like trivial. Look at the state of the ICS security, like there are tons of vulns. And the others would say, oh my gosh, this is so complex, this process is so extremely difficult, you need to be an engineer to understand them. So where is the truth? Well, majority of the people believe that once you hack into the chemical plant or any plant or industrial facility, you're basically done. Because there will be that red button which you press, and the plant will blow up or go bad in exactly where you want it. But the problem is it does not exist. You really, really, really have to engineer that attack payload. And whether it is that difficult or not, well, if I can do it, the state-sponsored threat actors with lots of resources can do too. It's not easy, but it's not impossible or that difficult. However, it of course requires a lot of knowledge, and this is again what people sometimes underestimate, of course, the amount of preparation and efforts it takes to design a physical payload. So because your damage scenario has to be process specific, and it means, or specific plant specific, and that requires a deep understanding or process comprehension of that specific plant. And then even though if you may have an idea how make some specific pipe to explode, then it's becoming really interesting, because what causes the right pipe to explode, what causes the right pipeline to explode at the right moment, that is where it's becoming interesting. So we will, I always set a stage for every my talk, so to make sure that I and the audience, we all speak on the same terms. So when we talk about industrial control systems, they always consist of two parts. You have a communication infrastructure, which is governed by the science of, by the computer science. This is where people who study informatics are basically managing those systems. And we have physical process where the science of engineering, and sometimes we call this OT, or operational technology. And the process of the attacker is in the physical world. To do some effect in the physical world, if the attacker simply hack into the plant and just is there and does nothing, there is no damage, there is no harm. So the attacker is going into the plant to cause some physical damage. And this is why when we talk about industrial control system security, it consists of two parts. One is IT security, basically taking over the cyber infrastructure, and then the OT security is causing impact on the operations, basically process or physical equipment. And this is what constitutes the attack payload. So in order to understand how to design this cyber physical damage payload, the most important thing to understand is the concept of control loop. So all plants work on the concept of control loop. So you have your desired set point. For example, you want to maintain a temperature at, 21 degrees, it's comfortable. So then you have sensors which measure the state of the process, control system which calculates the difference between desired and current state, and then it's calculate the control command to the actuators, which could be valves, pumps, or whatnot. But a single control system can never control the entire plant because they only have a local view. Therefore, we need human operators which have a global view of the physical process. And if the control system is incapable of maintaining the process in a proper state, the human operators will take over. And on top of that, we still have, so there's basically this next level of hierarchy, we have process optimization, which is a complex applications which make a lot of advanced calculations in order to predict where the process is moving and to make basically some predictions and to take corrective actions. So those systems are even smarter than the HMIs. And when we talk about architecture of industrial control system, of real, this is, for example, I think it's Honeywell system. So they actually built to represent that hierarchical control system. So we have at the bottom physical process, then we have controllers which are regulatory control, then we have HMI, the human operators optimization application, and on top, of course, you have planning and management, like where do we want to be in 5 years? And the definition of real time, basically the real time is becoming larger from the bottom to the top. It means the control loops at the regulatory level work on the real time of nano and milliseconds. The HMIs work already on the terms of minutes or 30 seconds. And when we talk about optimization applications, those could be days, weeks. So, for example, therefore, for the attacker, in order to, for example, modify some parameters in the optimization application, does make sense, because the effect will show up only maybe in a week time, and it might be not even the same effect. You cannot quickly make corrective actions. It's also might not be so, for example, if the attacker tried to manipulate the system at the HMI level, the controllers may override those commands because they are moving faster. They are issuing commands much faster. Therefore, for a very granular, a very precise, very reliable attack, that, the attacker wants to be in the controllers. So, and controllers is already not a normal PCs. They are embedded systems. So depending on the physical process, whether it's chemical plant, power, or robotics, they will look differently. But at the end, it's just an embedded system with real-time operating system. So the attacker would need already to write exploits for embedded systems. And this is why the attacks on the industrial control systems are called cyber-physical attack, because you need to do something in the cyber world to cause an impact in the physical domain. And typically in the newspapers, the effects of cyber-physical attacks are represented as big explosions. And in fact, this is a picture from a real explosion, which was not caused by the cyber attacks. And in order to make it more dramatic, actually, the newspapers actually photoshopped it and added a little bit more fire and fumes. But normally those incidents should not happen, even if the attacker would hack in, because typically we also have layers of safety protections. So we have a layers of security protection, the security onion, if you know, and then you might even have a security incident, and then even if the attacker will try to manipulate physical process, normally the safety systems should prevent him from achieving his goal. And layers of safety protections looks like this. So it all starts from the process design. Process by itself should be very reliable and stable. Then the next layer, as we've seen, control loops and controllers. The next layer are human operators which receive alarms. And if human operators cannot bring process into the good, stable, safe state, then the safety systems kick in. And if even safety systems cannot stabilize the process and bring it back into safety state, we already have an incident, and then we still may have certain mechanical protection like rupture disks, but in that case, we already talk in minimizing incident because we already have an incident like a fire. So, and the problem which we experienced in the past years in these safety instrumented systems became digital, so they become hackable, and this is where the attackers are already putting their eye on these systems. So now we will look at the evolution of the ICS exploits and see this trend. So if we will map absolutely very brief history of cyber-physical attacks, we can trace it back almost to 1999, where certain nation state already, so first of all, we already have seen intrusion into the industrial facilities, but also certain nation state already successfully executed cyber-physical experimentation like offensive security. Then in 2010, everybody heard about the Stuxnet. Interestingly enough, Stuxnet, with the new findings, the Stuxnet preparation started in 2003. So all of those work which was done before, like in the past century, was leading towards that certain nation states were already able to execute such an attacks like Stuxnet. Then we have a HAVEX, which was basically automatization of the reconnaissance capabilities for and industrial control systems. I really love that exploit. And then 3 years in a row, we had 3 cyber-physical attacks happening in the real facilities in the world. We have 2 Ukrainian power grid attacks, and then we have Triton, which was targeted safety instrumented system. I was lucky enough to be on the incident response for Industroy and Triton. I also supported incident response in 2015, but I was not fully involved. This is what it means to be in the right place in the right time. And we will talk a little bit about, yes, so Triton was really such a, because by targeting safety instrumented system, basically the attackers are denying protection for civilians from hazardous, from explosion or toxic releases. And it was such a big case that not only typical news outlets wrote about this, but even a Wall Street Journal. I have a business degree, and I used to read Wall Street Journal for financial news. I would never think that I would make it into the Wall Street Journal with an interview on Triton attack. Like a short what has happened, so the attacker obtained remote access to safety instrumented system, and there was dual home safety engineering workstation, and through that the attacker gained capability to interact digitally with safety controllers. So what Triton does, it's basically the attacker attempted to inject a passive implant into the Triconic safety controller. Attempted means they were actually unsuccessful. They were not, at the end, they were not able to inject it. What means passive implant? It means that this code if injected, it actually does nothing. It's a remote access Trojan. It just sits there in the memory and waits for the further commands. So that Triton implant can read, write, or execute memory. So for example, if the attacker later wants to bring the damage payload, they will bring a code, the Triton implant will write it into the memory and then later execute it. Basically, Triton, the safety controller becomes a slave. How critical it is, just to re-emphasize. So Triconix supports so-called safety integrity level 3. What does it mean? So if you see this graph at the top, this is a classification of all control loop in a refinery, no-name refinery in Middle East. And as you can see, only 2% of the control loops require this protection of SIL3, which is Triconix. It means this is the most, SIL3 means that these systems are so reliable that they almost never fail. Deploying such system, installing them is extremely expensive because they're super complex, super reliable. So therefore, they will be only used on the most critical control loops, like those which are where there is a danger of toxic releases, explosions, and so on. So they really protect civilians from basically death. So what is a Triton worst case? So what would be like if the attacker would successfully inject the implant? So this is the electronic board of the safety controller. And the way how the safety controller is designed is that the main processor of the controller and the communication processor, they are actually located on the same electronic board, and they communicate with each other via the shared memory. So with just really literally a couple lines of code, the attacker can already write any command to the input-output card. So he basically can manipulate final elements like valves at will. And with the highest privileges, like basically with privileges higher than the firmware, with the operator, control logic, and so on. So he owns it. So basically, when you will have unsafe situation and the valves should close and contain the process, the attacker can keep them open, and you will have a safety incident. So now, if we will map all of this, three attacks against that traditional industrial control systems network architecture, the one which I showed you before with the definition of real time, we will see that with each attack, the attacker was moving their exploits one layer down. This concept is called race to the bottom, and it comes from the traditional IT security domain, which means that as soon as security protections are introduced at certain layer of network or computer architecture abstraction, the attacker is moving their exploits one layer down, where there is no protection. And this concept, like this trend which we observed, like perfectly fit this trend, because, for example, Black Energy was executed, so the attack in 2015 was executed at the level of HMI. It's a Windows machine, and once you know that the attacker can execute attacks at this layer, there are already readily available tools to protect Windows machines. So there is no sense to develop capabilities at this layer. On the next year, the attackers move their exploits to the network layer. Right now, at this moment, those attacks could be still successful because barely any industrial facility monitors their network, but investing further capabilities in developing exploits at this level doesn't make sense because we have on the market already a mature solution for monitoring industrial control systems. So developing further capabilities at this level doesn't make sense. In 2017, the attackers moved their exploits all the way into the embedded system, in this case, it was a safety controller. Now here, the attacker can live really freely and peacefully because there is no embedded system, industrial embedded system. They do not have any exploit mitigation protections. There is no tools for the asset owners to conduct audit of these devices or forensic analysis. And I am not expecting that this situation will change in the next 5 to 10 years. It means for the next 5 to 10 years, you can really exploit or execute cyber-physical attacks at this layer with high probability of not being detected, basically during the preparation of the attack. And this is also this, let's say, this concept and threat is also supported by the fact how the attackers are now trying to get access into the industrial facility. So traditionally, and even in the case of Triton, the attacker was trying to get into the facilities through the front door firewall, basically from the internet through the firewall, and then moving through all the layers of networks until they reach industrial control networks and systems. But this is where, if the attacker will go this way, there are a lot of security mechanisms installed typically at level, like in those layers of networks, and therefore there is a very high chance for the attacker being detected. So therefore the attackers increasingly are going through the trusted third parties, like vendors, supply chain, subcontractors, remote support, and so on. And with that, the attackers are immediately landing already in the plant, in the industrial environment, on the safety engineering, like on the engineering workstations, and they already can directly inject implants or payloads into, for example, embedded systems. So the attackers are really going this path. So what shall asset owners do? Because there is a problem, yeah? The attackers are increasingly already going through the staging targets directly into the industrial environments. The assets are unprotected, so then what shall asset owners do, like owners and operators of industrial facilities? So first of all, it's really time to get angry. So Andy Bochman just left, but like we've talked today about that, it's been already more than 10 years, if not 15, since the community was screaming for improving the security in the devices, and nothing is changing. And somehow the community asset owners, they're still kind of nice and kind and understanding and forgiving. And this is why I'm saying it's time to get angry. We need to start demanding from the vendor that they do something, because there is enough knowledge base available to improve security, or at least implement exploit prevention mechanism in the embedded systems, in the firmware. So, and we really need to be worried because the barriers for cyber-physical exploitation has lowered substantially. Previously, you would not be even able to buy any of those safety systems, because in order to develop exploit, you need to have equipment in the lab. Previously, you would not be even able to purchase this equipment if you are not a lawful owner of the, like, not coming from the industrial domain. Right now, you can buy anything, absolutely anything on the free market on the internet. You can buy safety controllers, you can buy software, for example, for that. Triconix, we bought software, this is our own picture, for $3 in the Alibaba, the entire industrial software. And I was able to find even a source code of that controller, which was not easy, but it's possible. So the attackers already have all necessary resources in order to design exploits for industrial control systems. This is the, for example, while working, like doing this forensic work on the Triton exploit, together with the researchers from Nozomi, we found in the software that there was undocumented user with very, very high privileged rights. And again, the asset owners, they don't know that the user even exists because it's not documented. But with those privileges, there are actually a lot of bad things can happen. And so it gives attackers super powerful access, and that those super privileged rights even have a name, backdoor. If you see it on the picture, it's just a code. It's a backdoor. We give you extra rights. So this should stop, because the legitimate asset owners don't know that account exists, and the attackers will find it. So of course, there is a very urgent need for a dialogue with vendors. So it is critical, as I already stated, to develop embedded systems, auditing, and forensic tools before exploits like Triton become common. So we need, for example, this monitoring and auditing solutions, like did somebody tamper with my device? Is my firmware changed? And then we need also forensic tools. After we already know that somebody tampered with my device, what exactly has happened with my device? Basically, to support the forensic activities. For example, when we were doing forensic for Triton, we had to use Triton exploit itself to do forensic on the device because asset vendor did not have any forensic tools. So we had to use the exploit itself. Which is, and yeah, for example, and it's really possible to develop these capabilities, for example, monitoring and auditing, because, for example, in this specific case of Triton, the attacker had to elevate privileges to be able to write into the memory. And, for example, this specific flag, which he changed to become a supervisor mode, it's described in the manual of the microprocessor, which is used in this control system. So the knowledge, I mean, all the possibilities are there. Information is there. We really can develop those tools. That's what I'm just trying to bring this example. However, of course, a lot of industrial control systems, they are proprietary, and this is what it makes difficult to develop solutions on which fits multiple brands of the systems. So for example, but researchers are making more and more effort to, of course, to understand those proprietary systems better. This is one of the examples which is for you on the left. This is what a research work from Austria. The guys were trying to understand better this custom microprocessor used in the Siemens PLCs. This proprietariness, of course, makes it difficult, of course, from asset owners knowing their devices, because this is on the right, what you see right now, this is an upcoming Black Hat talk where my very good friend Ali Abbasi from Ruhr University in Bochum, he discovered a hardware-based backdoor in Siemens PLC, which is used. So basically, whoever would know about this backdoor, they can intercept the shipment of the controllers in transit, modify the firmware, and then ship it to the legitimate buyer. So basically, you will receive a device, and you don't even know what firmware with which exploit is already running on that device. So again, this should stop. But it's hard to discover such backdoor because the systems are proprietary. So what is also really important to address with asset owners is a supply chain attack. As I mentioned, the attackers are no longer going through the front door firewalls, they're going via the supply chain. Because then so first of all, why? Because this offers a much better scaling of attack efforts, because you need just to compromise one organization to get to multiple targets. This, of course, allows you to bypass multiple levels of security protections, that you don't need to fight your way through all the firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and so on. You already end up in the intended device. And of course, it is very hard to detect and prevent against such an attack. So as an asset owner, I have almost zero options to know that something is already on my device. So if you see, it's an industrial transmitter, what you see on the left. And in the industry, there is this trend to harmonize and basically standardize all electronics among all the devices which one company is producing. It means, so for example, all transmitters or valves will have the same electronics, and only at the bottom, at the very mechanical part, they will be different. Something is measured in temperature, something is measured in pressure, but all electronics is the same. So basically, you now can develop one exploit which will fit multiple devices. And the attackers were literally in the past couple of years, started maybe from 3 years, but right now this trend is the intensity, or they say the number of attack on supply chain is increasing exponentially. Every week, some large vendor or service provider is compromised. For example, at the very bottom, you see infected printers, which come already with pre-installed capability to communicate with command and control center. So a few takeaways. As you could hopefully notice from this talk, that there are a lot of different sciences and knowledge and type of skills are involved into designing cyber-physical attacks. And with the Triton, what we've noticed, so that the origin of the attack was narrowed down to the Scientific Research Institute for Chemistry and Mechanics. Yeah, it means, so this is previously unseen modus operandi for offensive operations, because typically such state-sponsored attacks are executed from the operational centers of the governmental operational centers. In this case, the intrusion team was moved closer to the team of the engineers and technologists. So because they are likely guarding, or guiding where do we need to go, like as an intrusion team, where you need to go, which assets you need to get access to, and so on. And this also indicates for us already that establishment of multidisciplinary attack teams. So defending against such an attacks takes also multidisciplinary teams. But to date, the defenders mostly defend, like if we talk about industrial facilities, defenders mostly IT guys who does not appreciate really the control system part. Well, and few takeaways on Triton. So very highly likely, with a very high probability, Triton-like capabilities were developed not only for Schneider systems, but for systems of many different vendors. And as I already mentioned, the formation of what we've noticed, a formation of multidisciplinary teams, and this is what we also need to do for defenses. What was extremely bothering me, Triton was detected during the attacker effort to inject the implant. And the attacker was debugging exploit on a live system. So on one hand, it's really, I would say, you need to be very brave to debug your code on a live system. I mean, and we probably will see more of that, because not only that, sometimes not all the attack teams may have all necessarily equipment in their lab, so they need to practice and exercise on debug code on the live system because they just don't have it in the lab. But on the other hand, for us, for the defenders, it means that while they are debugging, we have a little bit of time. If we are watching and know what to look for, we have a little bit of time to detect, and Triton could have been detected. And security is a fashion industry. As soon as some type of kind of exploit is being thrown in the wild, everybody's starting copying. It's just like, so these copycats, so multiple, like many other different threat actors will now start developing similar type of exploits. That was it. Thank you very much. Oh.
Thank you so much, Marina. And it's time to invite three women on stage to talk to us about talent and diversity, the women's role in cyber. Ana Ayerbe, Trust Tech Business Unit Director of Technalia, Camille Johnston, Managing Director and Founder of Ascend Global Security Ltd, and Nina Harsratian, Policy Manager and Liaison with stakeholders of the European Cybersecurity Organization. They will be in charge of analyzing talent needs, the reasons why women have such a low presence in this field, and some actions that could be launched to encourage those who come. Thank you for being here.
Well, good morning. After the inspiring session by Marina, I want to welcome you to this panel about talent and diversity, women's role in cyber. I would like to make a brief introduction to the topic. Cybersecurity is a growing market, and in fact, it is the fastest growing market in the ICT sector. If we take into account that cybersecurity attacks are expected to cost $6 trillion in 2021 globally, and we need to fight against these cyber attacks. So the global cybersecurity market is expecting a global revenue of over $193 billion by 2023. In the growing market, there is a clear lack of qualified cybersecurity professionals, and also there is a lack of overall awareness that we have heard in the previous presentations. The demand for cyber experts is greater than the offer that we have at this moment, and this is perceived by any company that is working in this sector. Looking at the skill gap from a European perspective, an ISC study anticipates a skill gap of approximately 350,000 employees by 2022. This is an impressive number. So there is a lot of opportunities in the cybersecurity market for new students and for new professionals. So what are the problems that we are facing today? Well, on the one hand, cybersecurity is moving at a fast and a quick dynamic pace. On the other hand, there is a low number of students that are interested in high qualified jobs, and there is also a lack of top qualified cybersecurity educators. But not only education and training is necessary and should be addressed, but also the current and the future career opportunities, as the number of students could be improved by showing what are the characteristics of the cybersecurity jobs that they are going to tackle or could tackle. And also could be improved if we introduce cybersecurity topics early in the secondary studies or even before that. In this context, there is a huge growth potential if we tackle gender issues because women are underrepresented in this sector. In Europe, they are less than 20% of women working in this sector. There are many reasons for this. The lack of role models, probably the persistent stereotypes about the sector that seems to be only for men, a lack of understanding about what cybersecurity jobs entail. Cybersecurity is a very broad topic, and it covers not only technical, but also process and also people. We can say that there are a lot of girls that enjoy ICT studies, but the fact is that they are also competent at cybersecurity. There are competent users of computers, but this enjoyment, we cannot find it in the job sphere. So the causes are diverse, and we are going to talk about this in this panel. And here I am very glad to count with these two ladies. Here we have on my left Camille Johnston, that is the Managing Director of Saxen Global Security and has over 6 years experience headhunting, specifically in the information security market on international level. Camille is from America, but she has been working in London for many years. Yes. So he has a very good perspective of the recruiting company at the international level and the European and also the American markets. We also have here Nina. Nina is working as a policy manager at EXO, which is the European Cybersecurity Organization, where she has actively promoted the creation of the Women for Cyber initiative, and she's going to tell us about that later. She enjoys a lot cybersecurity, and she also enjoys defense part. And in fact, you were part of an Armenia committee to NATO, an Armenian delegation to NATO, where you see different perspectives in this area. So, with this brief introduction, and as you are coming from two different cybersecurity areas, two different cybersecurity company organizations, please can you tell us a bit about your present work, what are you currently doing, and how did you arrive to cyber? Nina, please.
Okay, I'll start. So, as I was mentioned earlier, I often joke about the fact that I didn't find cybersecurity, but cybersecurity found me. I started off at EXO as a mere intern and very quickly took a very keen interest in the cybersecurity field and realizing the huge scope of job profiles that exist beyond the technical ones. So yeah, my own background, I studied international relations with a specialization in security and defense issues. That brought me to deal in several jobs related to security and defense. You mentioned my position at the mission of Armenia to NATO as well. But once I started at EXO, I don't think I want to change careers anytime soon. I mean, shifting from cybersecurity because it's a very interesting field. What I do currently at EXO, I'm a policy manager and I'm dealing with different topics, mainly gender inclusion with the launch of the Women for Cyber initiative, but I also deal with the sectoral applications of cybersecurity, including sectors that relate to the transportation, railroad, maritime and aviation, finance, and a little bit of public services and e-government. I also participate in the work that we carry in the awareness raising of cybersecurity at all levels, that targeted approaches through workshops for C-level executives, but also teams. Yeah, and sorry. There's a huge scope of responsibilities. I also coordinate the users committee, which is a committee of users and operators of essential services throughout Europe, where we have C-level executives gather in a confidential space to share strategic intelligence in all trust. So this is a building process. We already have several users cross-sector on board, so energy, finance, etc., and transport, and we aim also in building this platform as well. So that's a quick overview.
Yes, thank you very much for this summary about all the actions that you are performing currently at EXO.
Yeah, EXO is very polyvalent, and as are the employees at EXO.
Camille, please.
Hi, my name's Camille. I set up Ascent Global Security just over 6 years ago now, and before that I had 3 years experience in the cybersecurity headhunting market. Again, like Nina, my transition into this field was very random. My background's in fine art. So when, as an American living in London, it was very difficult for me to get my visa in fine art, so obviously I went into cybersecurity. But yeah, and it's been quite an adventure ever since. I've been in the industry for almost a decade now, and I work all over the world with different companies. So one thing that they have in common is looking for cybersecurity professionals. So I help recruit people from the offensive and defensive side of security. So everyone from hackers to people that work in secure operations centers to people more on the governance, risk, compliance, and strategy side of things. I work with end user companies, consultancies, governments, banks, really all over the world. And I've seen how the industry has changed in these years, how there have been more women that are finally getting into the industry, but still not enough. And I've helped a lot of companies deal with the cultural side of cybersecurity as well, especially helping companies expand into different countries where they don't have a presence. Like I've helped companies expand into the Scandinavian market, into South Africa, a lot of UK companies expanding to America, for instance. So yeah, I mean, and we find people across all levels as well in terms of cybersecurity. So from graduates to CISOs, basically.
Camille, you are the founder of the company. What problems or what challenge have you faced trying to create a new company in this area of cybersecurity?
Well, the actual creation of the company wasn't as difficult as I thought. But that was because I was working in the field for 3 years, so I had experience. I knew how to manage a team. I understood the industry to a degree, and I had contacts. And then I ended up setting up this company with my former boss. So a lot of the tricky things of being a startup were already in place. So we had our accountant. I had a computer. I had a phone. I had all of those things. But I guess it was tricky in the beginning to think about, it's just up to you. You don't have, you are IT support, you are marketing, you are the social media expert, you are the boss. You are the one that has to make all of the decisions and to go from getting money in every month to realizing every month I owe this amount. I think that was a bit of a tricky transition. And then also just thinking about the strategy and where I want to take the company and what locations and how to get into that as well. But I mean, I found that quite fun, actually.
Okay. Nina, working in EXO with the huge number of stakeholders that we are, what problems do you face? What are the challenges that you face trying to deal with so many people from so many companies, from some different sectors? And, well, please tell us a bit.
I think when you handle more than 260 stakeholders, in this sense, which are all companies, public agencies, governments, ministries, associations, that each send several representatives, you better be good at your organizational skills. The challenge here, as I mentioned, is to be really polyvalent and not to be focused or skilled in one area. My days basically are filled of me jumping from one task to another within a 15-minute time frame or even less. It's always about multitasking. And I think this is where my background has helped me a lot as well, and my knowledge of other areas as well, and experience. Also, our members are expecting us to be very reactive. So when they send an email, they expect a deliverable or a response in a very short time frame. So when we've got several members reaching out to us with different requests, it's about time management as well, and prioritizing. So.
Concerning the recruitment part, what kind of characteristic of different types of professionals are they looking for? Are the companies looking for?
What types of professionals?
Yes.
Across the board?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's quite interesting because it does depend on the country. I found, for instance, for many years now, the UK were looking for pen testers, and years ago they were looking for more identity access management professionals, but in the States they didn't start looking for a lot of IAM professionals until maybe 5 years ago. So it is quite interesting depending on which country you're in, what they're focused on looking for at the moment. But I mean, it's really across the board. So a lot of companies are hiring people that have social skills as well, like in terms of being able to do business development and being client-facing. And I'm looking for, really like deep coding hackers that have, the OSCE and a lot of other certifications. Looking for security architects, looking for CISOs, really a wide array of professionals in security.
And do you think there is a difference in these different cybersecurity areas in relation to the number of women that is involved? For instance, I have the impression that there are more CISOs, more CISOs are women and not men, but is this real, or what is and more pen testers are men, but is this real, or what is your experience?
From my experience, I found that women are generally more in either a sales-focused role or a speaking role as opposed to a very, very deep technical role. I found that women are more at sort of consultant or like low or mid managerial level. I found that it's easy to get women in for interviews, but in terms of career progression, there have been more plateaus and glass ceilings for women. I don't see as many women in senior positions in companies, but I mean, it depends on the culture as well. Like in America, I've seen the most amount of women in information security. And some companies have initiatives where they really try to make it quite 50-50, which can be tricky in terms of the talent pool. But yeah, I think there's definitely a gap in terms of even how many people I've been placing. Like when I started, I think maybe I would place 3 women in roles a year, but this past year I looked and like 1 out of every 6 or 7 people that we've placed as a company has been a woman. So it is progressing in the right direction, but still not near enough.
Okay. And in from your experience, what are the competences that are required by the companies?
Well, I think it's a common consensus that women are more attracted to soft skills and have more soft skills, while men are more into the hard skills, which is where also is the problem in the cybersecurity field, because for most people, cybersecurity remains a purely technical field. As mentioned earlier, it's a very multidisciplinary field that requires a huge scope of profiles that include soft skills. As you mentioned, the social skills are very, very important in this sense and about communicating. So I believe that, yes, companies look for technical skills, but it has to be complemented by other types of skills, and this is where it could be interesting also to attract more women. But if we dig deeper into this topic, we would realize that it all comes from the high school education as well, where we should encourage more young girls towards STEM education. To be honest, my own experience here is that in high school, I was in advanced mathematics and sciences. I loved physics, I loved chemistry, but what made me not to choose the scientific path, like the STEM education at the university, was the idea of spending my entire life in a lab. This is not attractive to young girls. I'm not speaking on behalf of the entire female gender, but I think we have a tendency to think on the long term, saying like what comes after, you know. So, and at the time, to be honest, I wish I'd known about cybersecurity. Maybe it would have been an incentive for me to go towards STEM education, and then I could have maybe directed myself towards more technical skills as well. But I mean, it's all ifs.
Yeah. There are some initiatives now for young girls that weren't in place when I was in school for sure, but even in terms of like Girl Scouts and Girl Guides, now they can get cybersecurity badges, which is quite cool. But when I was researching the Girl Guide one, they don't actually need to use a computer in order to get their badge, which I think is a bit weird. Like, I don't know how you get a cybersecurity badge without actually being on a computer. But apparently they've worked it out for some way. And there's a couple, like the supermodel Carly Kloss, like coding with Klossy, which I think is quite nice, because when girls see, you know, role models that are nuanced and doing other things that are more stereotypically geared towards girls, like fashion models doing coding as well, I think that's really good for them to see that, because if you can see it, then you can be it yourself eventually.
This is exactly where also the role models come into action. If we start showing that there are actually women working in cybersecurity and also in the hard skills, in the technical part, then it may raise visibility and raise awareness about the cybersecurity profiles, but also encourage more girls towards that kind of education.
Yeah. It is education is something that it is we are talking about a lot, and trying to show girls what they can do with the computer, what they can do with relation to cybersecurity, and trying to start from the early ages is something that we still need to do and to go deeper in that. We always say that there is a lack of cybersecurity professionals, and you are working in that area, trying to obtain these cybersecurity professionals for other companies. How do you manage it? How do you have difficulties in trying to find the required skills for the companies?
Yes. I mean, from what you were saying before, that statistic is so worrying that by 2021 there will be 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally. That's so many.
Yeah.
And so, of course, and every year I've been doing this, even in terms of how much funding there is in cybersecurity for services and products. It's been going up between 12 and 15% year on year. So I think from 2017 to 2021, there will be $1 trillion spent on cybersecurity. So this is such a growing market. So it is a candidate-driven market, which should be an incentive for anyone to get into this field, because there are so many roles, there's so many opportunities, and it's something that, I mean, with so many careers being, automated and things just in this state of flux with how much tech innovation we've had, at least we know that this is something that it's only going to get bigger and bigger as more objects and electronics we use become smart and can be less compromised. So yeah, it has been a real issue to find the right people, for sure.
Okay. Nina, you are involved in the cybersec. You are involved in the Women for Cyber initiative. You are, in fact, one of the promoters of this initiative. Can you explain a bit some of the actions that are, what is Women for Cyber, how it has been created, and what are the actions that we are taking in this?
Yeah, definitely.
This part?
So Women for Cyber, the very origins of the initiative are our Working Group 5, which focuses on education, training, and awareness. And the rationale behind was actually the numbers that we saw. Today we are looking in Europe, 142,000 cybersecurity professionals, and this number will increase to 350,000 by 2022. 2022 is tomorrow, really, and we are still lacking, and there's this huge gap. And one thing that I like to say is that we do the distinction between white hat hackers and black hat hackers, right? And black hat hackers, they're mostly interest driven, and they sure do not care about gender at all. So why should the cybersecurity professionals community be male dominated? How can we effectively protect ourselves or build secure defense systems in our cybersecurity without taking into account the opinion and the point of view of 50% of the population? And this is where the rationale comes into action, is that there is a huge pool of talent that remains untapped, that is women. That's why we decided to create Women for Cyber as an initiative, which is not a feminist initiative, as some would think, is about encouraging more women to participate. So targeting the level of the education to encourage more girls towards STEM education, but also showing them the multidisciplinary aspect of cybersecurity, towards young girls to direct themselves towards careers in cybersecurity at the early stage of their careers, and also towards more senior professionals who would like to reorient themselves later on in their careers. So it's also about skilling, reskilling, upskilling process. What we did to start off with the initiative was we created it, but we officially launched it in January 2019. What we did was to screen the European landscape and gather around the same table around the 30 very high-level, high-profile European female leaders that work in or closely to cybersecurity from all the sectors, public, private, and academic. And based on the discussions, we analyzed the content and we came up with now what are the two guiding documents of the initiative, which are the Women for Cyber Charter of Objectives. That's like the principles that we intend to follow, and the charter itself being broken down in a detailed version into the roadmap of actions. The roadmap of actions is an extremely ambitious document. It has several pages, and it tackles all kinds of actions basically that can be carried out to help us reach this end goal of having gender-inclusive cybersecurity. Some of the actions you mentioned and we mentioned earlier are the role models. We are soon, in the coming weeks, are going to launch a huge, well, what we hope, role model campaign all over social media that will also end up being be created into the book of the European Cyber Woman and the men behind. I'm saying this because we do not want to antagonize men, far from it. What we do want to do is to work with men as well, to help also carry out the message. We need men to come forward as well, to share their experience in a positive, open-minded way in working with women and saying what added value women are bringing. And this is why over the course of the past few months, the Women for Cyber initiative has evolved, and we have created the Women for Cyber Foundation. That includes the Women for Cyber Council. The council, to which you are part of, Anna, gathers again around 36 high-level European female leaders from cybersecurity that provide strategic recommendations from one semester to another about the direction of activities of the initiative and foundation. So other actions that we intend to do, one of our council members, for example, has implemented a scholarship thanks to a company, and then they gave a scholarship to a university student because they have a partnership with the university towards STEM education. Traineeships are also encouraged in the companies. But as you can see, all these actions that we intend to implement or encourage people to implement, because the goal is also to gather the community, can also be implemented for men as well. So it's really not separating or antagonizing, it's just complementing. So.
Thank you, Nina. As we are almost at the end of this panel, I want you just to make a brief remark about what would you suggest to any student or any professional that wants to change his career and to go in the cybersecurity area. Just one sentence about what would you recommend to this student or this professional to go in the cybersecurity.
I think that as long as you, if you want to get into the technical side of things, then a STEM degree, you don't necessarily need to have a cybersecurity specific degree, I found. But what you do need is to get involved. So you need to attend conferences, you need to read white papers, you need to read books, you need to network, you need to just get out there, have a LinkedIn profile, even just reach out to people that you admire and say, you know, can I take you for a coffee? I'd love to pick your brain. You know, do you have an internship? Just really become active in the industry. I find that that will be the best way for you to kickstart your career in cybersecurity, especially if you're a student.
Thank you.
my advice would be never hesitate. There will always be people to tell you what to do, what not to do, and it's up to you to decide whatever you want to do with your life. And honestly, life is really too short to have doubts about such trivial things about, oh, will I be able to do it? No, just do it and see what happens.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Camille. Thank you very much, Nina. I
Thank
have
you, Anna.
enjoyed a lot sharing this panel with you, and I hope that you have also enjoyed it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
Finally, we will introduce the three speakers who will discuss the issue of cybersecurity product certification for industrial connected devices. Carlos Abad, General Director of the CIUR Foundation, Sergio Lomban, Vice President Digital Trust Services of SGS Group, and David González, Industrial Security Team Leader of Ikerlan. Cybersecurity aimed at the robotics sector is a research topic that brings a wide range of different disciplines and is growing in relevance and importance thanks to the continued growth of robotic systems and the consequent increase in cybersecurity risks arising from exposure thereof. The Basque industrial sector is now a reference at international level for different reasons, but perhaps one of the most notable is its recognized capacity for conversion and innovation. A great commitment has been made to Industry 4.0 from the public and private spheres, which has led to privileged position. All this backed by a global strategy based on the incorporation of intelligence in media and production systems, the use of emerging technologies and capabilities in new products and processes, the integration of advanced materials in solutions with greater added value or improved processes, efficiency and sustainability of the resources used, and the integration of high value added services, and supported by different initiatives that contribute to the achievement of its objectives. Pese a que la industria 4.0 está perfectamente asentada en el sector empresarial vasco, todavía hay muchos retos que abordar ante la dificultad de implantar en ocasiones medidas de ciberseguridad a entornos tan sensibles y más propensos a la eficiencia que a la seguridad. Además, en lo que se refiere al ámbito de la robótica, la gran variedad de arquitecturas existentes no ayuda precisamente a la seguridad y abre el camino a multitud de vulnerabilidades. En el panel se tratarán algunos de estos aspectos.
Bueno, gracias por darnos esta oportunidad de tocar algunos temas. Veo que la presentación que habíamos preparado pues la tenemos por ahí un poco volando, pero bueno, para adelantar, porque vamos por detrás de la agenda, como podemos ver. Estos días me preguntan mucha gente por las nuevas regulaciones con respecto a ciberseguridad, específicamente, seguramente sobre tres aspectos. En Europa, la nueva reglamentación sobre ciberseguridad, la Cybersecurity Act. En China, sobre la nueva regla, la nueva normativa sobre criptología, la nueva ley de criptología en China, y la potencial ley en Estados Unidos que está preparando el Senado de Estados Unidos con respecto a la seguridad en sistemas industriales conectados, ¿no? Y hay muchas preguntas con respecto a, bueno, ¿se sabe cuándo va a ser obligatorio? ¿Cuándo va a pasar esto? ¿Qué hay que hacer? ¿Cuáles son las normativas o los estándares que hay que cumplir? Y hay, por lo tanto, muchas preguntas asociadas a estas cuestiones. La verdad es que la respuesta que le doy a todo el mundo es la misma. Hay muchas cosas todavía por definir, ¿vale? Pues en el caso, por ejemplo, de Europa, que es quizás el que nos aprieta más en el zapato a todos nosotros, solo os puedo decir que efectivamente hay una regulación sobre ciberseguridad, pero hay muchas cosas que todavía no están definidas, como por ejemplo cuáles van a ser algunos de los estándares más importantes, específicamente en las partes de mayor seguridad, ¿vale? Y en las de menor seguridad. Pero la normativa ya está aquí, ya está firmada la Ciberacta, se firmó en junio de este año y por lo tanto, ¿vale? Tiene un periodo de implementación ya fijado, ¿vale? Y de aquí al 2021, mediados finales de 2021, vamos a ver cada vez más un mercado que se empieza a poner nervioso con este tipo de cuestiones. Y el mensaje que yo le doy a todo el mundo es el mismo, es: señores, hay que empezar a ponerse las pilas. Hay normativas, hay estándares que ya están existentes en el mercado, ¿vale? Que van a ser obligatorios a partir de una determinada fecha. En el caso de la alta seguridad, hablamos, por ejemplo, de los certificados de Common Criteria, ¿vale? Con sus nuevos desarrollos para la alta seguridad. En los niveles sustancial, ¿vale? Estamos hablando, por ejemplo, de las nuevas certificaciones ligeras que están creando las agencias nacionales y que tienden a converger las normativas alemana, española y francesa en un solo tipo de certificado. Y en la parte de seguridad básica, ¿vale? Tenemos también muchos fabricantes que están considerando implementar la normativa IEC 62443. Muchas veces la gente me pregunta lo mismo, me dice: pero Sergio, ¿estamos hablando de que la IEC 62443 no puede llegar al nivel sustancial de seguridad? Bueno, hay una cosa importante que tenemos que tener todos claros, es que la normativa habla de nivel de confianza, no habla de nivel de ciberseguridad. ¿Qué significa esto? Se da una curiosa dicotomía, y es que tú puedes tener un producto muy, muy seguro, ¿vale? Cuyo nivel de confianza sea bajo, y puedes tener un producto relativamente inseguro, cuyo nivel de confianza sea alto. Con lo cual, ojo, curvas, porque estamos hablando de dos parámetros diferentes, confianza y seguridad. ¿Qué significa eso? Significa que lo que se busca, en cualquier caso, es no tanto proteger exclusivamente o el garantizar que la industria produzca productos seguros, sino que también, y esto lo debemos de entender porque es una cosa muy importante, cuando hablamos de ciberseguridad, hablamos de seguridad y por lo tanto hablamos de geopolítica. Hablamos de protección de mercados, ¿vale? Y hablamos sobre todo de la gran política, ¿vale? Del juego de la protección de mi industria y sobre todo, ¿vale? Las vulnerabilidades que representan que algún fabricante pueda intencionalmente estar produciendo productos vulnerables, de manera intencional. Supongo que no os tengo que decir nada de por qué la infraestructura 5G en Europa está absolutamente parada. Cuando veáis una noticia de estos que dicen la infraestructura 5G ya está desplegada en no sé dónde, no es verdad, no hay nada desplegado, ¿vale? Está absolutamente parado. Y está parado por un motivo, porque hay sospechas de que hay gente que de manera intencional está poniendo puertas en los determinados productos, puertas traseras, para poder hacer la información. Por lo tanto, cuando hablamos de certificación en Europa de ciberseguridad, no solo hablamos de producir, que también es muy importante, productos seguros desde la base, que debe de ser el objetivo de cualquier fabricante, ¿vale? Producir productos seguros para no estar expuestos a daños de reputación cuando hay un ciberataque, sino que también hablamos de protegernos de fabricantes que intencionalmente puedan estar poniendo un producto vulnerable en el mercado. Y estos son, bueno, por no liar mucho más, algunos puntos que os quería comentar, ¿vale? Para reflexión conjunta. Ya sé que es un poco desesperanzador que cuando normalmente llaman a alguien para que clarifique un poco, deje más preguntas tendidas que respuestas. Ya sé que es un poco así raro, pero lo cierto es que el mensaje que sí que os puedo dar es que, aunque parezca que ahora mismo el campo está un poco verde, porque los estándares todavía no están definidos, hay que empezar a andar. Porque lo que sí que os puedo decir es que implementar ciberseguridad en una cadena de producción exige la absoluta revisión de todos los procesos de diseño, de producción y, lo que es más importante, del concepto mismo de diseño del producto. Por lo tanto, es una escuela de aprendizaje que no se hace en 6 meses y no se transiciona en 2. Hay una cierta necesidad de acompañamiento, hay una cierta necesidad de hablar con expertos, ¿vale? Y hay una cierta necesidad de interiorización de esas necesidades. Por lo tanto, pese a que algunas cosas no estén claras, sí que os puedo garantizar que cualquier empresa que se ponga mañana a empezar a trabajar en un proceso para implementar la 62443 en su producto de manufactura, os garantizo que se nos equivoca. Y con cualquier posible cambio a posteriori, ¿vale?, será un pequeño cambio cosmético que tenga que hacer. Ahora bien, el que espere a agosto de 2021 para comenzar con este proceso, llega tarde seguro.
Pues Sergio, muchísimas gracias, porque desde luego yo creo que la introducción al panel ha sido fantástica, porque has lanzado, digamos, varios conceptos que creo que son muy relevantes, ¿no? Y nos ha servido para capturar nuestra atención. El primero es desde el punto de vista del marco normativo, ¿no? Comentabas o sentabas las bases de que hay un camino trazado. Se han llevado ya unos pasos, yo creo que firmes y bien dirigidos, pero sí que es cierto que has dejado 2 cuestiones en el aire que luego vamos a ahondar en ellas, porque yo sí que me voy a centrar en preguntar un poquito más en detalle desde la visión de, oye, yo quiero llevar esto adelante, ¿no? Luego también yo creo que has hecho un comentario muy interesante desde el punto de vista de los distintos tipos de estándares y sobre todo desde el punto de vista del enfoque de que no es tanto el qué, sino que es tanto el cómo, ¿no?, en la introducción, que es algo también que lo vamos a comentar no solo desde la visión del ente certificador, sino desde la visión del ente que investiga o la gente que investiga y ayuda a las empresas a desarrollar proyectos, que es lo que representará nuestro compañero David de Ikerlan, ¿no? Y por último, yo creo que has lanzado un mensaje positivo, que es, tenemos ahora mismo mecanismos que igual no están tan relacionados con lo que sería la obtención de la certificación, sino que son marcos de referencia, como la IEC 62443, que pueden ayudar a empezar a hacer ese análisis interno, decir, oye, ¿cómo enfrento yo ese proceso, que lo he hecho ahora mismo de una determinada forma, quizá guiado más por la presión del go-to-market, ¿no?, como lo hablábamos cuando preparábamos la mesa, que por los requerimientos que pueden venir de fondo en términos ya más de sostenibilidad de la línea de producto, en términos de reputación, seguridad y demás, ¿no? Entonces, bajo este contexto yo voy a ir un poquito más al detalle, ¿no? La pregunta del millón, y es con la que nos encontramos muchas veces cuando hablas con las empresas e intentas concienciarles, ¿no?, de que, oye, hay que empezar a mirar el tema de las certificaciones o de los marcos de referencia, es ¿y esto cómo va a funcionar? Y sobre todo, ¿esto cuándo va a aplicarse? Porque has lanzado unas fechas, 2023, meses, quizás sí, pero vamos a ir un poquito más en detalle. ¿Tú cómo lo ves? ¿Cómo va a funcionar? ¿Qué fechas? ¿Y cómo interactúa o cómo se complementa con normativas ya existentes?
Bueno, primero no es una pregunta demasiado sencilla de responder, ¿vale? Y aquí, que somos un pequeño grupo, no somos aquí 10.000 personas, pues sí que me atrevo a lanzar alguna fecha. A ver, hay 4 fechas que nos tenemos que quedar todos en la cabeza, ¿vale? Septiembre del año 2020, el año que viene, prácticamente a la vuelta de la esquina para este tipo de cosas de regulación. Tenemos ya a los grupos de trabajo de NISA, ¿vale?, haciendo las recomendaciones finales. Y ojo, porque ahí va a haber una sorpresa importante. Como van a ser recomendaciones para estándares, y esos estándares van a ser para implementar un sistema de conformidad de producto, solo pueden seguir la normativa europea 765, con lo cual solo pueden ser estándares que estén reconocidos o por CENCENELEC o por ETSI, que son las 2 organizaciones de estandarización europeas. ¿Qué significa? Pues que cuando alguien os diga, no, es que el estándar IoT privado de tal plataforma no vale, porque estándares privados no se pueden emplear para hacer conformity assessment. Así que en septiembre de 2020 ya os digo yo que va a haber algo. Y ya os adelanto también que la 62443 va a estar, sin lugar a dudas. ¿Vale? La otra cuestión importante también es entender cuándo vamos a tener la obligatoriedad, que es un tema, ¿vale? La ley dice que será posible, pero no dice cuándo. Bueno, pues también os doy así un insight importante. Vamos a pensar todos que en el 2023, noviembre, diciembre, se revisan los acuerdos del Acuerdo Mundial de Comercio. Mirad, coño, ¿por qué es relevante? Porque es cuando van a caer tortas por todos lados por las medidas proteccionistas que significan los sistemas de ciberseguridad. Así que va a ser obligatorio en aquella fecha tener ya preparado un marco normativo de conformidad. No lo dice la ley, esto es un poco side channel.
Pero se
¿vale?
intuye.
Pero se intuye.
Y ya existen normativas que aplican a sectores particulares, ¿no? ¿Cómo cuadra esto? ¿Cómo se está viendo ese engarce?
Bueno, hay dos de las cuestiones que esto es bastante típico en Europa, ¿vale? Nos pasa bastante. Es que uno de los problemas que tenemos a nivel Unión Europea es que la Unión Europea es un monstruo de muchas cabezas. Cada DG hace la vida a su libre albedrío, ¿vale? Pues uno de los problemas que nos enfrentamos es que la ciberseguridad, la DigiConnect lo abordó de manera transversal, pero alguna dirección general decidió gestionarlo a su bola. Entonces ahora, por ejemplo, tenemos requisitos de ciberseguridad en smart meters, en sistemas de medicina conectada y dentro de 2 días, como quien dice, la normativa red de aparatos eléctricos conectados va a incluirlo, ¿no? Entonces, la pregunta sería, bueno, Sergio, si mi aparato de electromedicina ya cumple los requisitos de ciberseguridad que prescribe la norma para poder certificarlo, yo no tengo que cumplir la ciberacta, ¿no? Error. Son 2 cosas independientes. Está por ver cómo va a encajar. Muy probablemente cumplir una indique cumplir la otra y viceversa. Pero nos tenemos que quedar todos con la idea de que la ciberacta es una regulación de carácter superior. Porque es regulación de mercado primario. Ojo, ¿eh? Así que a nivel normativo estamos por encima de la ciberacta.
Vale, y metiéndonos lo que sería ya, digamos, en el proceso, porque en la introducción has pasado de puntillas, yo creo que por algunos conceptos que son relevantes, ¿no? Entre ellos está este proceso de certificación, desde el punto de vista, vamos a decir, de los instrumentos que tenemos, el laboratorio, ¿no? Cómo entra, y luego aquellos, vamos a decir, atributos o niveles de confianza que los has dicho de forma muy rápida, además los has relacionado con unos determinados estándares, ¿no? Que parece que, bueno, visualizabas más o menos los que se están eligiendo. Es decir, ¿cómo sería esa unión de recursos, desde lo que serían las entidades certificadoras que bien conoces tú, lo que serían los estándares que se están, vamos a decir, posicionando, y lo que serían los niveles de confianza, que si no recuerdo mal has definido 3, o sea, cómo se van a enmarcar todos estos elementos para que desde una empresa se sepa cómo atacar, ¿no? En función de mi producto, mi proceso.
Bueno, vamos a ver. La ciberacta determina 3 niveles de confianza: alto, sustancial y bajo, ¿vale? Que hipotéticamente conforman una pirámide de productos. Habrá mucho menor volumen de productos en el sector con requisitos de confianza altos, bastantes más productos con el requisito de confianza sustancial, y el gran volumen estará en nivel bajo. Esos 3 atributos de confianza lo determinan, a falta de especificarlo mejor. El nivel alto, estamos hablando cuando la vida está en riesgo, ¿vale? O está afectada una infraestructura crítica que puede producir fallos sistémicos. El nivel sustancial, estamos hablando de daño fundamentalmente financiero, ¿vale? Y por último, el nivel bajo, estamos hablando de un nivel de entrada para cualquier cosa. Entonces, esos son los 3 niveles. En el nivel de confianza alto, lo que se busca es entender conceptualmente todos los atributos del producto, con lo cual exige un análisis de caja blanca con el fabricante. Es decir, certificador y fabricante se sientan, fabricante explica todas las bases de diseño de cómo se ha llegado a ese producto, tú tienes todos los planos, por así decirlo, ¿vale? Y tú eres capaz de pensar en una vulnerabilidad entendiendo el producto de manera íntima.
Exigente.
Con lo cual, ese nivel está destinado a descartar fabricantes maliciosos. Fíjate, ¿eh?
Buen matiz.
El nivel sustancial lo que busca es exponer a un ataque dirigido, pero ya de caja negra. Estamos hablando, el fabricante me da un producto y yo durante un tiempo determinado de tiempo, entre 20 y 60 días, hago todas las gamberradas que se me puedan ocurrir para intentar romper ese producto. Y si pasa, considero que el producto es seguro. De nuevo, se hace fuera de la casa, de la empresa. Y por último está el nivel bajo, que a mí, yo cuando me dijeron nivel bajo, a mí no me gustó. Dije, esto creo que es una mala acepción, ¿vale? Y a mí me gustaba mucho más capa base. Y esto es lo que tiene que implementar el fabricante porque no va a haber certificador ahí. Porque,
es un autocertificado.
Efectivamente. Estamos hablando ya del fabricante, ¿vale? Que tiene que implementar unas medidas en su cadena de producción para llegar a un producto final, ¿vale? Autocertificado, ¿vale? Y ahí estamos hablando en el fondo del 90% del mercado, ¿eh? ¿Vale? Porque llegar o sea, que tenga requisitos sustanciales y de altos van a ser muy pocos productos, ¿eh? Tenemos que pensar que un proceso para certificar un producto de nivel alto tardas entre 1 año y 1 año y medio, a veces 3.
Que no es compatible muchas veces con las estrategias comerciales de
time
la
to
mayor
market,
parte de las empresas.
Efectivamente.
¿No? Y ligándolo ya con la visión un poco de la empresa, ¿no? David, tú que estás desarrollando líneas de investigación en la parte más de requisitos de ciberseguridad en componentes embebidos, trabajando proyectos de experimentación, Sergio nos ha presentado un escenario que la verdad que está bien definido, tenemos una serie de hitos. ¿Cómo está percibiendo esto que nos acaba de comentar Sergio, la empresa, desde el punto de vista a dar un paso hacia adelante o no? ¿Y cómo lo estáis viendo desde el punto de vista de vuestro rol, ¿no? Como agente acompañante a las empresas en esta innovación de proceso o de diseño de producto, ¿no?
Sí. Bueno, yo creo que Sergio ha conseguido sintetizar en poco tiempo mucha información, pero la realidad o la percepción que vemos desde Ikelani, que creo que se percibe desde las empresas vascas, es que es un panorama muy complejo. Muy complejo. Existen muchísimas normativas, algunas más generalistas, otras más sectoriales, algunas a nivel nacional, otras internacionales, unas muy maduras que llevan mucho tiempo en el mercado, otras muy nuevas, como la 62443 que has mencionado, que se ha publicado este año. Y es un contexto de bastante incertidumbre. Claro, aquí, bueno, hoy hemos tenido un poquito más de información, pero las empresas también tienen dudas en cuanto a, bueno, qué normativa puede aplicar en su sector, en qué plazo van a tener que certificar sus productos o con qué nivel de seguridad de los que define esa normativa, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, estas incertidumbres, digamos que no invitan a la acción. ¿Vale?
Porque siempre tenemos, la empresa si algo es un ente pragmático, ¿no? Que se mueve por aquellas, vamos a decir, actividades que causan un efecto relativamente, vamos a decir, rápido o controlado, ¿no?
Sí, al final, bueno, yo creo que sí estamos dando pasos. Por lo menos la situación que veíamos hace 5 años y la situación que vemos a día de hoy estamos bastante mejor. Yo creo que, bueno, en las empresas industriales de Euskadi estamos viendo que el nivel de concienciación ha subido muchísimo. En casi todos los casos se están tomando determinadas acciones para integrar medidas de ciberseguridad en los productos que desarrollamos. Bueno, pues, normalmente se hace un análisis de riesgos y se empieza a tratar de establecer contramedidas para mitigar los riesgos más críticos, pero falta quizá dar ese salto de mirar hacia un horizonte de certificación de producto, es decir, de adoptar un enfoque mucho más integral de la ciberseguridad.
Es que ahí me sale una pregunta, una cuestión, una duda, y es que cuando enfrentamos, digamos, el problema desde el punto de vista de la certificación, muchas veces, en algunos contextos, se ve el valor añadido desde el punto de vista de la obtención del sello, que es, vamos a decir, una acreditación que te permite poner en valor un producto o un servicio de cara al mercado, ¿no? Un proceso de certificación es algo mucho más complejo y que desde la visión interna, o sea, tiene más valor añadido. O sea, ¿qué le dirías a alguien que puede enfrentarse a un proceso de certificación con el único objetivo de obtener ese sello? O sea, cuando hemos dicho que puede ser un proceso que no solamente afecte al producto, sino que afecta, digamos, a todo el ciclo, a todo el proceso de diseño, ¿no? Fabricación y despliegue. ¿Qué otros beneficios consideras que pueden enfrentarse a esto?
Bueno, sí que es verdad que en muchos casos la motivación principal para enfrentarse a este tipo de certificaciones es esa obtención del sello que te permite pues, dar una garantía a tus clientes o al mercado de que cumples con unos mínimos exigibles de ciberseguridad. Pero bueno, al final este proceso de integrar la ciberseguridad y poder optar a un certificado implica unos cambios, como dices, muy importantes, tanto a nivel de producto, que posiblemente todos los productos que están hoy en el mercado y que no han sido paridos desde un punto de vista de ciberseguridad van a necesitar un rediseño, al menos a nivel de software y en la mayoría de los casos también a nivel de hardware. Y sobre todo a nivel de organización. Al final la ciberseguridad impacta en todos los procesos internos de la empresa. Nosotros estamos muy involucrados en la parte de desarrollo, especificaciones, diseño de arquitectura, codificación, fases de validación y verificación, pero va mucho más allá que eso. También afecta a la parte de producción, de mantenimiento, de operación de producto, de gestión de actualizaciones, relación con los proveedores, gestión de la información a nivel interno, definición
se me están poniendo los pelos de punta de todas las cosas.
Definición de roles en la organización, formación de los equipos de desarrollo. Digamos que las implicaciones son tremendas y bueno, al final lo que consigues es alinearte un poco con las buenas prácticas que definen los estándares. Un estándar al final se puede resumir así, ¿no? desde esa visión.
Con lo cual lo que entiendo que estás llevando ya lo que sería el trabajo a nivel de método, ¿no? Y al final el implantar un método es función del tiempo. O sea, no es algo que esa es otra de las dudas, porque hablabas de que en un escenario de incertidumbre muchas veces no se da el paso hacia adelante, ¿no? ¿Esto es una decisión que puedes tomar de hoy para mañana, en septiembre del 20 o en el siguiente hito? ¿O cómo lo veis desde el punto de vista de la realidad de los proyectos que estáis viendo, ¿no?
Sí.
¿Qué aconsejaríais?
Sí, yo ahí estoy totalmente de acuerdo con los mensajes que ha lanzado Sergio. Yo creo que a día de hoy la mayoría de nosotros no vemos una urgencia para conseguir la certificación, pero yo sí diría que existe una urgencia para empezar el camino, ¿no? Porque decíamos que las implicaciones son muy importantes, el camino es largo y aunque todavía existan algunas incertidumbres, digamos que hay un 80% de los requisitos y de los procesos que tenemos que abordar que ya sabemos con bastante certeza cuáles son y podemos empezar a recorrerlos, ¿no? Entonces, lo que sí solemos recomendar, y es un buen punto de entrada, ¿no? para abordar este tema, es hacer lo que llamamos un gap análisis, ¿no? Ver cuál es la foto a día de hoy, ver qué nos falta para cumplir con las exigencias que dictamina el estándar y hacer un roadmap o hacer una estrategia para ir cumpliendo con esas exigencias de forma progresiva, ¿no? Aprovechando que la regulación nos va a permitir tener un pequeño margen, pero empezando a trabajar ya desde hoy.
Y ahí es donde entraría en valor lo que comentaba Sergio en la introducción, de utilizar el estándar, el IEC 62443, ¿no? como guía interna o cómo lo veis, ¿no? O sea, ayuda a la empresa a tener ese marco de referencia para empezar a cuestionarse internamente, oye, ¿cómo podemos modificar esto?
Bueno, hay una realidad que es muy palmaria, ¿eh? Yo estaba en Bruselas antes de ayer y tenemos un problema. O sea, hay mucha gente dando el paso adelante que simplemente no pasa los ensayos. Nosotros tenemos en estos momentos un 80% de productos que han iniciado procesos de fabricación y que fallan. Y eso significa una cosa muy gorda, y es que el que lo está fabricando no entiende el mecanismo que se está buscando. Entonces, para mí la 62443, que tiene un montón de módulos, te permiten, probablemente es el único estándar que te permite tener un mapa claro y por fascículos, como la enciclopedia que compraban mis padres, ¿vale? Que te permite ir en plan hormiguita, ¿vale? Ir haciendo los cambios que hacen falta en tu organización, en los diferentes cubículos de la organización, para que sin un esfuerzo superlativo y sobre todo sin hacer la Revolución Francesa, llegues más o menos en tiempo a tener un concepto claro y unos mecanismos claros que permitan acabar un producto certificado. Para mí ese es el matiz, ¿no? Es decir, por lo cual no puedes comparar una Common Criteria, que es un ensayo de producto puro y duro, que no interesa que el fabricante sepa cómo funciona, lo que interesa es que sepa los atributos, ¿vale? Y un 62443D es que lo que te ayuda es un estándar de acompañamiento para el fabricante para acabar en un objetivo, ¿vale? Que es producir de manera segura.
Que en la fase en la que estamos parece que, digamos, sería la herramienta más efectiva, ¿no?
Sin lugar a dudas.
Y antes de dar paso a las preguntas del público, que confío en que habrá alguna, os voy a hacer una pregunta, poniéndome yo en el rol de una empresa, ¿no? Escucho, estoy en la audiencia, lo que habéis comentado es tremendamente interesante y digo, oye, pues voy a empezar a dar una vuelta a esto, ¿no? ¿Qué me aconsejaríais? 2, 3 conceptos que sería lo que debería hacer yo primero en casa para poder contactar con vosotros y poder, bueno, llevar una reunión medianamente efectiva, ¿no? De valorar si iniciamos ese gap analysis o dónde me muevo. O sea, ¿qué tendría que hacer yo en casa? ¿Qué tendría que saber yo de mi propia casa para poder arrancar este viaje, ¿no?
Vale, bueno, yo creo que un poco resumiendo todos los mensajes que hemos lanzado a lo largo de la conversación, lo primero es tener la determinación de que quieres empezar a recorrer este camino, ¿no? Hemos dicho que es un proceso muy largo, que implica cambios muy importantes en producto y en la organización. Y lo primero es asumir que eso va a ser así. Entonces, una vez dado este paso, hay que empezar a definir cuáles son esos procedimientos que vamos a de alguna forma, integrar en nuestros procesos internos para cumplir las exigencias en cuanto a ciclo de vida que marca el estándar, ¿no? Luego, también hay que tener en cuenta que esto, claro, una cosa es definirlo, ponerlo en marcha y luego otra cosa es digerirlo de alguna forma. Digamos
mantenerlo.
Mantenerlo y eso es. Y que todas las personas de la organización lo hagan suyo. Porque si esto no se hace de forma conjunta, digamos que no tiene mucho sentido.
¿Dónde entrarían ahí los...? Porque entiendo que esto va de recursos adicionales, ¿no? ¿Qué tipo de... o si una empresa puede ser autónoma, ¿qué necesitaría o qué características tendría que tener mi empresa para poder abordar este proyecto, aparte de la determinación, porque luego son horas de trabajo y conocimiento?
Nosotros, por ejemplo, estamos en el final de la cuerda, ¿no? Entonces, lamentablemente, yo aquí soy el juez. Llega el producto y te digo, falla o no falla, blanco o negro, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que aquí estamos bastante bien explicados. Si tú fueras esa hipotética empresa, ¿vale? Yo creo que yo estoy al final, el mercado está allí y yo estoy al final, una especie de barrera, pero antes de llegar a mí te hace falta un señor como este. Es decir, yo creo que al final cualquier organización para implementar lo que sea esto o la fabricación de churros con poco azúcar, exige al final, como decía, una fase de descubrimiento y aceptación. Después hay una fase de capacitación, de coger a tu gente y que entiendan qué se va a hacer. Formación es muy importante. Después, yo siempre recomiendo una consultoría, es decir, alguien que te acompañe en ese proceso, ¿vale? Porque no parece demasiado inteligente, a lo mejor, no pareciera, que tú te pongas a desarrollar estructura que te va a hacer falta solo durante la fase de implementación, ¿no? Entonces, parece que apoyarte en alguien puede ser lo más cost-effective que dicen los de fuera, ¿no?
Hay un tema que creo que es importante y es que al final, bueno, hemos dicho que la 62443 puede ser una buena referencia. Bueno, de alguna forma menciona todos los aspectos que tienes que cubrir, tanto a nivel de producto como a nivel de proceso, pero no entra al detalle. Es decir, dice un poco el qué, pero no te dice el cómo. Entonces, por ejemplo, a nivel en la fase de validación y verificación, que creo que es una fase crítica en el desarrollo de producto, bueno, establece una serie de metodologías de test que tienes que aplicar. Test de identificación de vulnerabilidades, test de penetración, robustez de comunicaciones, pero son conceptos muy genéricos. Luego, digamos que hay un trabajo bastante importante para concretar eso y aterrizarlo a la realidad de cada producto y de cada organización. Entonces, bueno, de alguna forma hay que concretar qué técnicas concretas se van a utilizar para hacer el testing de un producto concreto, qué herramientas, a qué nivel de profundidad vamos a llegar, con qué nivel de cobertura, y todo esto es difícil que se pueda hacer internamente en una organización sin apoyarnos en recursos externos.
Absolutamente de acuerdo. Y además, aquí no se trata de reinventar la rueda, ¿eh? Cualquier mercado siempre es Necesidad, consultoría, certificación. Hay poca gente que se meta a hacer certificación a pura espada. Y como bien dice, la normativa está ahí, pero su sola lectura no garantiza su adecuada implementación.
Que quizá esta sea una de las conclusiones más importantes a obtener si te vas a meter en este camino, ¿no? Pues yo creo que antes de abrir preguntas al público, el contexto que hemos dibujado hoy es bastante completo, porque se ha arrancado, digamos, con lo que va a venir, o sea, ya está trazado el camino. Incluso, Sergio, nos has permitido, vamos a decir, aterrizar en lo que son diferencia entre atributos, niveles de confianza, distintos, digamos, estándares que se están tomando. Hemos visto la realidad de los proyectos que estáis viendo y el mensaje positivo de que tenemos herramientas para internamente empezar a prepararnos y que no nos llegue esto como de un día para otro y no podamos, y nos coja a pie cambiado, ¿no? Entonces, dicho esto, yo creo que es el escenario perfecto para que os animéis a preguntar con Sergio o con David aquellas dudas que os hayan podido quedar con el barniz, ¿no? El barrido que le hemos pegado a este ámbito que está ahora tan en boga, que es la certificación de producto en materia de ciberseguridad, ¿no?
Sí, Rafael Pomposo de General Electric. Los fabricantes a día de hoy ya estamos sacando productos al mercado que están ya con medidas de ciberseguridad implementadas, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que vemos? La percepción que tengo es que esto de la certificación, la normativa va a salir el año que viene, empresas certificadoras o cuerpos certificadores dentro de 2 años, esto va muy lento. Y los productos los estamos sacando a día de hoy. O sea, ¿cuál es la perspectiva durante estos 2, 3 años o 4 hasta que tengamos los productos ya certificados, teniendo en cuenta que el mercado está avanzando a una velocidad muchísimo más rápido que la propia certificación? Para cuando estéis o el proceso ya esté lo suficientemente consolidado para certificar, nuestros productos serán completamente diferentes. Estamos hablando de años. ¿Cuál es la recomendación, no?, que podéis hacernos?
La existencia, vamos a ver, cualquier esquema de conformidad, y esto es un esquema de conformidad, no nos equivoquemos, ¿vale? O sea, no estamos hablando de que se busque un proceso voluntario de mejora o de mejores prácticas. Estamos hablando que es una normativa terminalista que va a acabar en un proceso de conformidad de producto. Pues esto es una cosa muy parecida, yo siempre lo digo, a cuando empezó la normativa GE, por ejemplo, pues la normativa médica. Evidentemente, cuando llegó la normativa de certificación al espacio médico, ya había electromedicina en el mercado, ¿no? Entonces, claramente hubo pues 2 categorías: productos legacy, ¿vale?, que preexistentes, y productos post-normativa. Quizás a lo mejor el matiz que te puedo dar, el punto de que puede generar un poquito de indefensión, es el hecho de que la normativa de ciberseguridad se aprobó el día 6 de junio de este año. Con lo cual, a priori no parecería bastante razonable que cuando se determinen los estándares, ¿vale?, que sean, alguien pudiera decir, bueno, ya, pero ustedes sacaron su producto el 7 de agosto de 2019, por lo tanto, su producto no es preexistente a la propia normativa. Yo creo que en ese sentido te doy el dato de que el Comité de Expertos de ENISA ya determinó que será el marco normativo a posteriori el que determine las fechas para determinación de productos legacy y productos de aplicación. La normativa para los legacy probablemente sean medidas de seguimiento y remediación y sobre todo información al usuario, más que una reingeniería sobre la familia de producto. Es verdad que te puede pillar a pie cambiado si tú, una familia de un ciclo de vida de 10 años, lo sacas a los 3 meses de comenzar la normativa sin haber puesto todas estas medidas, ¿no? Pero yo al principio no veo demasiados problemas reales, ¿vale?, en la madurez del ciclo de certificación, porque, como te repito, hay suficiente experiencia en otras áreas, ¿vale?, que eso al final, ese gran peligro de el time to market se va a ver tremendamente afectado, nunca pasó. Nunca pasó.
Gracias.
A ver,
Buenas. Bueno, no es una pregunta, es más que nada una afirmación, quizá. Es un poco para hacer un resumen y creo que más que una organización, en vez de pensar si va a empezar a plantearse esto o no, lo que tiene que tener muy claro, según habéis expuesto, es que no queda otra. Así de claro. Esto hay que hacerlo sí o sí, obviamente. Y bueno, recalcar también lo que habéis comentado, que obviamente la organización internamente sin apoyo exterior, porque estamos hablando de un cambio de cultura, es imposible que lo aborde. Yo creo que es lo que me ha llegado a mí, creo. Vale, gracias.
Sí, yo creo que has resumido perfectamente los dos mensajes. Esto va a llegar, va a ser un tema normativo que todos vamos a tener que cumplir. La decisión es si empezamos a trabajar ya o si lo dejamos para más adelante. Si lo dejamos para más adelante, seguramente nos encontremos con una situación de urgencia y abordar un proceso de certificación en una situación de urgencia, la verdad es que no es nada recomendable. Por lo menos en mi caso he visto alguno y creo que bueno, se sufre bastante y además la organización no tiene el control de ese proceso de certificación, no tiene el control de los tiempos, con lo cual es una situación bastante frustrante. Entonces, bueno, yo creo que la conclusión clara es que la recomendación es empezar a trabajar a día de hoy.
Pensad una cosa. Supongo que muchos de vosotros habéis vivido la implantación del GDPR en vuestras empresas, ¿verdad? Ese mes de junio en donde de repente a todo el mundo le entró la prisa automática por oye, que el 1 de julio hay que tener esto en marcha. Y todo el mundo corriendo, las empresas en el mes de mayo, junio, mandando emails a todo el mundo, repreguntando a todos. O sea, hombre, las cosas las puedes hacer de muchas maneras, ¿vale? Y yo que soy gallego, los gallegos somos muy de al último minuto, ¿vale? El último tío que saltó del Titanic era un gallego, ¿no? Pues no es quizás a lo mejor la estrategia que recomendaríamos.
Sí, perdón. Hablando un poco de lo que decías antes, de igual que leyendo solamente la normativa no queda muy claro la aplicación y tal, ¿hay alguna referencia, algún otro documento, algún estándar que esté ya o algunas buenas prácticas que leer de mientras especifican algo más concreto?
El problema de la... Vamos a ir por partes, ¿vale? La norma Common Criteria, ¿vale? Es una normativa súper bien conocida. Si quieres leer, tienes mucho para leer. O sea que... Y además tienes que entender que los fabricantes que están en ese mercado tienen una historia de seguridad en sus empresas de hace mucho tiempo, ¿vale? Con lo cual, el matiz no está ahí. Si empiezas a bajar hacia abajo, te encuentras con normativas más modernas. Para que te das una idea, la 62443, que empezó como normativa hace 4 años, en vez de publicarse de golpe, se ha ido publicado por capítulos, ¿vale? Por chapters. Entonces, el último tiene 4 meses y medio, ¿vale? Para que nos hagamos todos un modelo. Y el tiempo nos vino mal, te lo digo porque yo tengo varias gente de mi equipo participando ahí, porque quizás los últimos capítulos, por la presión del propio mercado, se sacaron un poco a cierta velocidad, ¿no? Entonces, lamentablemente no te podría decir que ahora mismo hay una guía que todas las preguntas te las solucione, porque no te voy a mentir, nosotros mismos nos estamos encontrando con preguntas, porque esto es un poquito learning by doing, tú vas aprendiendo según vas caminando. Entonces, hombre, yo te puedo decir, por ejemplo, que uno de los aspectos más complejos en la 62443, en certificación de producto, es cuando te habla de que hagas un risk assessment por dominio en el que vayas a estar presente. Claro, eso está muy claro si fabricas coches. Ahora, como fabriques subcomponentes para actuadores que pueden ir a 300 tipos de industrias, que por cierto, tú no sabes cuáles son, a ver cómo haces tú esa matriz de riesgo. Entonces, vamos a decirlo así. Hay áreas en donde todo el mercado aprenderemos un poquito a la vez. Te podría decir que hay comunidades técnicas que puedes seguir, porque además son documentos en abierto. A lo mejor ahora mismo decirte un par de días es un poco complejo, porque a lo mejor me tildan de favorecer a unas a otras, pero te podría decir que hay comunidades técnicas en donde puedes seguir un poquito la documentación y puedes saber por dónde van los tiros. De todas maneras, repito, no es tan importante que ahora mismo te plantees si la certificación de producto, que es el último paso, ¿vale? ¿Cómo va a ser? Debías de en tu empresa plantearte, joder, ¿cómo voy a establecer un proceso que en el diseño y definición del producto, ¿vale?, vaya a poner atributos de seguridad desde el momento cero. Y eso está al otro lado de la línea. Y eso sí que se sabe cómo hacer, hay buenas prácticas y hay un montón escrito. Entonces, vamos a empezar por el principio y acabar en el final, ¿vale? Que cuando llegues al final, habrá esas guías para poder saber cómo hacerlo finalmente.
Is it okay to ask a question in English?
Yeah, please, no problem.
I'm interested to know, in terms of regulation and standardization, what is the general approach for products that will be based on machine learning in a way that the product is going to change?
Today, when they make me questions, there is two mavericks that I always need to check. 5G and artificial intelligence, you know. And it's only, how are you going to do this? Reply, I don't know. But I can tell you, there is several research groups that we have focused on, try to understand what is going on. Regarding artificial intelligence, let's say like this, there is 4 areas to address. That today you have people looking into defining certification for these 4 areas. One is the algorithm itself, how we can certify an algorithm, how we can have the complete know-how that the algorithm is doing what is expected to be done. That's one side. Second thing is how we can know that we cannot cheat the machine to make injections of false external inputs, to make the algorithm take the wrong conclusions. That's another aspect. Number 3 is, okay, once the artificial intelligence is already working on, how we can know that it's not going to evolve into something else. So how we know that this is not going to create additional functions that has not been envisioned on the design stage. That's another aspect. And the final thing, which is very interesting, and it's probably not for an engineer, it's more for a philosopher, it's how we are going to check the ethical soundness of a specific application. And let me try to give you a report. How, ethically speaking, we are going to be able to determine that a certain artificial intelligence is not in the best shape of the humanity. So I can say that maybe in the area number 1 and 3, there is already a lot of going on, and probably you can take a closer look to JIC, to Joint Working Group on certification, JIC 16, and probably there you will find something already written down. On number 2, still and number 4, we clearly is not on the focus on the technical guys. So I will say it's going to come. I'm expecting a specific regulation across Europe and potential an international regulation, okay, with a great consensus between China, US, and Europe. But probably we're speaking into 5 to 6 years. That's more or less my time frame. On the other side, for the time being, yes, artificial intelligence is more, growing, but I will not say that it's still on the market. Neither the time to market is going to be a serious concern in the next, let's say, 4 years. So I cannot tell you anything, but I can tell you more or less the timing.
Bueno, llegados a este punto, I would say, as summarize, that I'm going from here with the idea that there will be like potential job opportunities for philosophers, and professionals in ethics. It's very cool. No, it's very cool. I think we are only talking about engineers, and so it's very, very cool. Thank you for the question. And bueno, finalmente, pues yo creo que hemos excedido el tiempo de la mesa. Si tenéis alguna otra cuestión, pues bueno, ya fuera de tiempo, pues muchísimas gracias, Milla Esker, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your intervention, and with this presentation we conclude the Basque Cybersecurity Day. We hope it has been an interesting day in which we have been available to enjoy the presence of great experts in the field of cybersecurity, and thank you very much for your assistance. We hope to see you in future editions. Nos encantará volver a veros en próximas ediciones. Muchas gracias por todo.
Yo, say, and you won't say nothing about it cause you never did. I thought you were braver cause you leave us independently.